Hello, hello, hello. Welcome everyone to Champions Chess Tour Day 3. This is Sagar Shah and I'm joined here by my better half, the one and only Amruta Mokal. Hi Amruta, how are you?
Hi everyone, and it's only 4 minutes to go before we have this historic match coming up.
Yeah, today is once again Praggnananhdaa taking on Magnus Carlsen and we couldn't miss it for anything in the world. So just as COB ended like 15 minutes ago,
Correct.
we just set this up
And I'm sure if at all अभी right now शादी का मुहूर्त रहता था तो भी सागर देखता था ये game.
Yeah, I think Amruta, you too are very excited for it because Praggnananhdaa is someone whom you have been following. You're always very excited to see his games.
Totally.
And so it is something that we all want to look at. Right now, Pragg is
No
going.
sound?
No, there is sound.
अच्छा. Okay.
So, Pragg is going to take on Magnus. That is the game right now that we are going to look at. And also, Harakrishna takes on Gawain Jones. Vidit takes on Wenjun. Okay, so these are the main games that of Indian players. But of course, all our focus and energy on this one because last time when they both played each other, it was headline news, Amruta.
Exactly. And that's why for this game, everyone is going to be alert, like every single one.
Yeah.
So I hope everyone is on time. Hi, everyone in the chat. Kimaya says she's going to come there on Saturday. Awesome, Kimaya. We are going to meet. It's going to be great to see you after such a long time.
Yeah, for sure.
Indrajit Patil says you guys are the perfect couple because of mutual interests.
Uh-huh.
Perfect couple because of mutual interest. झगड़ा करने को दोनों को अच्छा लगता है.
अच्छा.
That's what he meant, na? Siddharth Ranadi ready from USA to watch Praggnananhdaa versus Magnus. Okay, what are these guys doing?
Look at Pragg. Pragg
Oh,
is
nice
here.
shirt.
Yeah, nice shirt today. Black.
Hazarika.
Black shirt with white dots. Magnus is still not here.
White stars, Sagar. He's a star.
Acha, white. Oh, stars hai kya?
And it's maybe a blue shirt.
No, it's not stars, Amruta. It's like this
Plus.
cross plus sign.
But which is like a star, yeah, in a way.
So, and also, Pragg has put this thing on his forehead, which he has been doing since he was a young kid. When he went to tournaments, his mother would put this on his forehead. It's called Vibhuti, I think. And it's made up of, if I'm not I might be wrong, but I think it's made up of ash. And then they put it here. And now he is, or maybe it's made up of something else. Sorry guys, I don't know. But there are so many people who are always very curious ki what is it that Pragg puts on his forehead. And he's been doing it since he was a 8-year-old boy. Now he is 16-year-old boy and still does it. Today he's taking on the world champion Magnus Carlsen. And today Pragg has white pieces, Amruta. Yeah, there we have the world champion.
Magnus is there.
Chandan hai.
Also
Achha.
in black.
It's made up of sandalwood. Okay, got it.
Magnus is going to be tensed because he has something to prove. Yeah, he knows if he loses so much, all Indian newspapers, media, everybody is going to be writing about it. So it's an extra pressure. In fact, I would say it's really high pressure.
Well, yes, but I think Amruta Magnus thrives under pressure. You can look at him.
I know it. And in that sense, I would say generally in such situations is like, nahin. This time, no.
D4.
That's how it's going to be.
D4, the game has begun. Pragg opens
And that is Magnus. Look at him. He's a little bit.
What
Look at his eyebrows. Like D4 को सोच रहा है वो.
हाँ, कुछ तो मतलब maybe it's not the move. Maybe it's like some technical thing that might be.
No,
He goes knight f6.
he literally was confused. D4.
Yeah, and also Amruta, last time Magnus played against Praggnananhdaa at Tata Steel in Netherlands. He had played D5, C4, D takes C4. It was Queen's Gambit accepted. Today he goes for G6, Knight C3 and Grunfeld on the board. Wow, it's a fighting opening. And let's see what Pragg has up his sleeve.
Okay, what is the prediction for the result? Draw, Pragg wins or Magnus wins?
Okay, we can put it up
Guys,
as
very
a
quickly,
poll.
नहीं तो game आगे जाएगा.
Bishop E3
Yes,
has
poll.
been played. Let me go and put it up as a poll here.
Azaz says, Chak de India. Sanjan says, Magnus under pressure. What a joke.
No, it's not a joke as such. Pressure might be a bit too much, but thoda bahut to he might be affected because last time when he lost, he must not have thought ki it would make such headlines like Prime Minister of India and
No, it is going to be pressure in a different sense. Not like कि मैं जीतूंगा या नहीं जीतूंगा, not that way, but it's definitely more that you're being watched.
yeah.
As much as almost World Championship, yeah.
Okay. So, by the way, Bishop G4 played by Magnus. Just going back a few moves. Pawn takes, Bishop G7. White has a very strong center here. Knight F3, C5, hitting in the center. Bishop E3, Bishop G4. Wow. Amruta, this is not common. Yeah. The main move here is castles. There is also Queen A5. But Bishop G4 I have not seen too much. But Pragg instantly played Rook C1. Castles and Bishop E2, and after Queen A5 he castles, and now Queen takes A2 has been played.
Don't they generally play Queen D2 Sagar instead of castle? But he's gone castle and given the E2 pawn.
Yeah, it's possible to play also Queen D2 here in this position.
Like it's normal, no? CD, Queen D2. Is
Yes.
it the same line?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, it is normal, but I think Pragg has prepared that this is okay to give up this pawn, and now he goes D5. Amruta, the main thing is that whenever you get D5 and C4 you have a very strong center. So Magnus is now thinking, look at Pragg, he's like moving back and forth.
Yeah.
He's very excited. He knows that every opportunity to play Magnus is a learning experience.
Correct.
And this is why even if he wins or lose, he has something to gain out of this.
And he'll be definitely more determined this time. By the way, Magnus is wearing the same shirt which he used to wear in World Championships.
Ah, okay.
So-
it's his sponsor's shirt. There is offer spiel. There is also MasterCard here.
I know, but he has, he has been wearing other t-shirts, other shirts also in previous tournaments. So
Yes.
this round he's pretty careful for that. Knight D7 has been played by Magnus. So you are a pawn down. What is your compensation right now?
True. The queen is slightly misplaced for the time being. Also, if I play H3, you will have to take, and then I'll get the bishop pair. But it is not very clear as to what. Yeah, he plays H3. So Magnus
You have
has
to
to take. Bishop takes. Oh, what?
Oh, seriously, what?
Wow, that was a
And
surprise
look
for
at
me.
Praggnananhdaa. He's thinking like this is his preparation. Look at Magnus.
Yeah, I'm
He
a
is
bit
like,
surprised.
He is like this, but that is his style generally. GF3, crazy. This must be a line where you give up the A2 pawn and try to gain compensation by such an imbalanced way.
I'm not sure, Amruta, if this is all.
But look, Praggnananhdaa, yesterday also people were saying that there are mosquitoes. And he did get disturbed. Like, you have to be all the time alert.
He's in his house, so.
Yeah.
I mean, okay. So, Amruta, my
Yes.
question is, isn't the
What?
king weak? But the other question is, who is going to attack it? So, you can't get the queen here, right, to attack.
Yeah.
Also, if you get the bishop here, then F4 might be possible.
Yeah. So the idea is king h1, rook g1, or just go f4. Maybe not
Yeah,
even king
I
h1.
think the
he
idea
just
is
start pushing f4,
F4
e5,
and C4.
queen a5. Look, he just started bringing his queen back. So
He's
that
putting pressure here. He wants to maybe snatch that pawn.
okay. So you want to go c4 right now? Right away.
Yes, possible. C4 is a very normal move. Also, queen
Wait.
D3 defending this pawn. Because, okay, what happens is if you go C4, Amruta, I was thinking, is it even an idea, just out of my head, to give up the pawn like this so that at the end you get to settle your knight on, let's say, dark squares here. So that could be one idea that Magnus can explore. Although I'm not not 100% sure that it's a good one.
Very interesting it is, because it's a light square bishop versus that knight,
Yes.
which is controlling the dark squares. Okay. What else? But c4 is a natural move. That will be an idea.
Yes.
Queen d3 is the other idea. Queen d3, I'm worried about b5. Because next move again, c4 is
But
the
then it's a
threat.
free pawn. No.
Oh yeah. Sorry.
Kimaya suggests queen d2 with the idea of bishop h6. But I think, Amruta, if you exchange the dark square bishops here, let's say, for example, I go
Then
queen
black should be
c7,
happy.
you go here.
Black should be happy.
This is a positional
Yeah,
catastrophe.
yeah.
Because I go f5, f5, and now my plan is f4, knight e5. I'm just going to kind of
This bishop is definitely not a dream to have. Light square bishop.
absolutely. So Pragg now taking his time, he's thought for nearly 1.5 minute. But meanwhile, Amruta, I'm also going to just quickly make some moves on the ChessBase board and try to see if what has happened here, has it happened before or not. Bishop
Yeah, I'm
E-
also very keen. If there is a novelty which Pragg has got on the board today, I wonder if, Magnus really has seen something which he would not know, which is because it's very hard, yeah, at such a
True.
level. It's impossible.
So here's my small bit of info that I want to give to the viewers, that in this position, after c5, bishop e3, the main moves in this position are queen a5 and castles. Bishop g4 has been played in only 201 games.
Oh,
So-
already bishop g4 is a little bit of a
It's
sideline
slightly
in comparison to the normal.
a sideline, and then he played rook c1, correct? Castles, bishop e2,
Queen a5.
queen a5. I'm just making the board on ChessBase board, so maybe guys you might not be able to see it.
Oh.
And now here, guys, look at this. This happened, right? So this, and now queen d2 is the main move. Castle is played only in 20 games. So the main move was that, but after castles, queen a2, Amruta, d5 is actually
Maybe a new move, or no, knight d7 correspondence or what? Sure.
yeah.
Who has played d5? We don't know yet. So it seems like a.
I think d5 is the first
Yes.
new move of the game. Guys, this was Praggnananhda's novelty. Until now, rook a1 has been played and other options. So this idea, Amruta, with gf3 is Pragg's preparation.
Brilliant. So he has out-prepared Magnus in the opening.
Well, kind of, but now Pragg is thinking a lot, and you can see that he is now a little bit confused as to what, or maybe not confused, he's just weighing his options. Should he go f4 first? Should he go c4 first? Should he go queen d3?
Correct. Because I would say the position actually is pretty tempting for white that way. Your pawns are going to be rolling.
Yes. So just a lot of people in the chat, like some are saying that can we go like king g2, rook h1, h4, h5? I believe that it's not about the attack as such. I feel it is more about the center control. So
Totally.
it's like if you can get f4 and c4, this is what maybe.
Yeah, I think it is more about restricting black's minor pieces movement by f4 and c4 and maybe e5. If you get g7 bishop is going to be a little bit, not going to be happy. You are right. So the piece activity we are talking about as compensation.
Yes.
Majorly.
Correct.
And then slowly trying to get advantage of the double bishop. But in the whole thing, black has this a pawn, which is passer, where I am wondering if black just completely ignores white's plan, moves his queen away, and starts pushing the a pawn.
That should be black's trump card there, Amruta, and that could be what might happen. By the way, Pragg has gone queen d2 and now asked Magnus, what do you want to do? Meanwhile, on the screen, we also have Vidit Gujrathi and Wenjun on the screen. They both are playing each other, and this is the position on the board right now. Vidit is playing with the black pieces, and he has gone slightly in an offbeat opening, Amruta, with the Dutch defense. So Vidit going for stone wall actually. And very interestingly,
Wow.
this is not Vidit's style. but I know that Vidit has used Dutch once before when he was playing Debashish Das at World Juniors, and it was the last round in 2013. He wanted must-win situation for bronze medal. He won with black pieces
how
at
do you
that. No, it was
remember?
maybe not the last round. It was middle of the tournament.
Amazing.
Yeah, I mean that because Vidit playing such openings is
Yeah.
very rare.
It's like you're spying on Vidit's openings.
Yeah, I've been following him since many years. So of course, and also Pentala Harakrishna here is playing Gawain Jones. So that is also a game that we will keep our eyes on. So after Queen D2, Ruta,
Magnus is thinking.
Magnus
right? How is
played.
Magnus?
Oh, Magnus has sacrificed a pawn. Beautiful move by Magnus
C4.
Carlsen.
He wants peace activity. You see, he's going for knight c5 idea later,
Yes.
stopping f4 at least.
मतलब कैसा है अमृता that if Pragg would have gotten c4, I mean not queen on d2, then Magnus would have been like, oh, my knight doesn't have good squares, then
Yeah.
he will go f4. So by giving this pawn up, what he has done is, let's say if I take, this would be not a good idea.
Actually, rook c8 and you're recovering the pawn immediately.
I might not even take it, because let's say I go here, I can even just put my knight, oops, sorry, my knight like this here or here, and yeah,
But why not bishop c3? It's
I mean, you
just
can
a
take
tempo.
it. You can take it for sure, for sure. So this is the idea, and also Amruta, if you can get like b5, queen c7, slowly start playing there.
So that's a good move.
So
yeah?
Pragg clearly has to ignore this pawn. He doesn't have to even touch it. He has to go f4 and start his own play here.
The
That's
same
what-
idea. Same idea. But now that I'm looking at this, I would still prefer practically that Pragg should have gone for c4. Because in another way, which is in a psychological way, it would have created some kind of discomfort to black.
Yes, but also Amruta, in c4 we didn't analyze all the possibilities. I just said bishop d4, but there was another move
Which one?
which was very nice, and I want to
F5?
ask. Yes,
Sorry.
yes.
Sorry,
I wanted to
sorry.
ask the chat what to play, and also I had. By the way, guys, we are using our new setup, so that's why we are still a little bit away from becoming like complete professional on this setup. But I think I've put in chat chess moves here so that we can see the moves. Can you just write down a few moves so I can set this up, guys?
Yeah. So basically, f5 was with the idea that it stops f4 idea of white. So please don't use this brightness. Okay.
What?
No brightness, which I think maybe on our faces.
No, I've reduced it a little bit. Again, guys, थोड़ा adjust कर लो क्योंकि
What will happen if f5 and we don't take it? Okay, so we have to see the move f5, which we will be seeing. There are a lot of suggestions in the chat. Magnus also, when he gets this chance of going c4 and trying to create some space for his pieces, he just takes it. He doesn't wait for that.
No, for sure. Okay, this seems pretty decent for the time being. I'll then make it better later. Okay, thank you guys. Let's go back to the game. And Magnus played c4, but Pragg went queen b2. Amruta, these are the kinds of positions which I feel really scared when I see Magnus playing, because when he gets a small edge, he has such tremendous understanding of all the factors here. Matlab, which piece is important to keep, when to give up a pawn, which weakness to capitalize on, that it starts becoming very difficult to handle it. Like for example, like my natural notion here is that ye attacked hai, ye bhi attacked hai. So why don't we go queen c7 and defend both? Right?
Double defense.
It's the most natural move, but
Right.
I don't think Magnus might do that. I'm not sure. I think Magnus might go b5. He will just know when is the right moment to seek active play and when is the right moment to just play positionally
No,
calm.
but your b5 should be no. Rook a1 is not possible. Queen c3 मारोगे क्या?
Yes, obviously, yeah. This could be trouble. So let's keep this game going. I think Praggnananhda's opening choice was interesting but very risky. And when you play against Magnus Carlsen and you have these kind of semi-interesting ideas, slightly dubious, it can be very risky.
But Sagar, look at this. Praggnananhdaa is, first of all, he plays a novelty against Magnus.
Yeah.
Secondly, he goes into a risky position.
Yeah.
Thirdly, materially also is down. This guy has guts.
That's true.
This is the future. Like, you have to try it now, because if not now, then when?
Correct. I agree with you, and that is very rightly said. क्योंकि बहुत जन जो रहते हैं ना, they are happy with a draw against Magnus. But for Praggnananhdaa, it's not like that.
Exactly.
He wants to give a full-fledged fight to the world champion, and this is where his attitude is shown in ample measure. That fighting attitude. Okay.
So, yeah.
Let's also, Amruta, look at a game between Gawain Jones and Harakrishna. And also, I wanted to pull up the standings at some point so that people know where, because top 8 players qualify. Today is the 3rd day. Tomorrow is the last day of the league stage, preliminary stage. So I will pull that up as well very soon, guys.
Okay, Gawain Jones versus Harakrishna.
Yeah, can you just talk a bit about this
So the
position?
first imbalance is definitely bishop versus knight.
Slightly better for black, right? This position.
Because of the dark square bishop, which is not a good bishop here. It has to be defending the d4 pawn. There is a c6 backward pawn here, but black's pieces are definitely way better placed. That is one of the major reason. Okay, what about Vidit's game? If you can quickly have it on the board, I can also talk about that.
Vidit's game, he had played the stone wall there.
Yeah.
And now we have some more.
Gone. Oh, a5, a4, he's gone.
I like white setup, no, Amruta? This nice pieces here.
Oh, you do? Because I like black. Because right now I'm threatening a3. And then later I'm going to be at some point trying for g5.
Oh, she's taken the pawn on a4.
ba4. Oh, ba4. Bishop a6 he plays. There is a pin there. C takes d5 is possible. Bishop f1. No, C takes d5 is not possible, because after bishop f1 you just lose an exchange. Simply. Then anyway, you're not threatening to take on c4 because there is a pin on the c6 knight. So it's just a developing move. White should play rook c1 here, and then you are right. The question is, how is black going to continue?
You know, Amruta, because of this 2-screen setup now, everything, I can change things so nicely that you were commentating on this, and I also got the scorecard here. So, you know, we're getting more and more professional in all these aspects. So we have Quang Liem leading with 20 points, Magnus on 16, Duda on 16, Hans Niemann on 14, Ding Lijen on 13, Richard Rapport on 12, Praggnananhdaa on 12, Jorden Van Foreest on 11. So Pragg in top 8, Amruta already. Anton Guyaro on 11 and Vidit and Navara on 10. Harakrishna is on 8. So clearly today is a very important day to determine who's going to reach the top 8 players. And meanwhile, Magnus Carlsen has pushed his pawn to b5. As we said, this is... Magnus says, Pragg, I have an extra pawn. I also have this nice kind of clump here. I can also hit you with f5 at the right moment. Your king is also slightly weak. So what's happening, Pragg?
First question.
Yeah.
f4 right now. I will start calculating. And can I consider a move like b4 for f4? That's the question.
Sorry, which one?
f4 ko b4.
f4 you want to play, and you're saying b4. But is
I mean, just kind of
I thought
simplifying stuff. Oh, it's a...
Yeah, just take with the queen, no? And
giving up this pawn
in the end, you
means
have
nothing.
these bishops. So
Okay, so f4 is what you'll play.
I think so. Pragg might go for f4 because what else, Amruta? You could plan. Yeah, rook a1 was another. But this is what we spoke, right?
Yes, because you said queen takes c3 is the point.
But also
here.
bishop c3 is there.
Right. Bishop c3 is nice. Rook a5 ko bishop b2. We didn't see bishop. Bishop b2, rook b5, c3. Oh, you want that bishop on b2 to be stuck?
But otherwise,
For life?
otherwise you will lose this pawn, no? So I had to save it. Like here, if I don't push c3,
I know. So you go c3, let's say. Now your idea is to start a5, a4, a3, a2, a1.
right?
How do I start?
But I can start with rook
Rook
b7, attacking the knight and a7.
Okay, it's still...
Oh, but Amruta,
Oh, he
Magnus
went...
didn't take with the bishop. Magnus took with the queen. And now Pragg said, okay, I'll just, because now taking here means you're just 2 pawns down.
Yeah.
So he took b5.
So is queen a1 going to be considered here?
No. This, if you take this, I take back, you take here, and I win the piece with
Queen d7.
So it's impossible to take there. So that's the reason why now Magnus has to decide where to move the knight.
CA Avan Jain says, where is Nihal these days? Is he taking some rest?
No. He's not taking rest. He played in 2 events. Recently, Belgrade GM. He finished 2nd. Before that, he was at Cannes Open. And recently, Amruta, he won a prize. He won an award, which was Sportstar Junior of the Year award. And he received it. There were many great players. In fact, on his Instagram, you will see a picture with the great Neeraj Chopra, our gold medal winner.
Even Sunil Gavaskar and everybody.
So we are going to, I was going to do something on that. Tomorrow I'll put it up.
And by the way, you were asking, is he taking some rest? Even if he is at home, he plays this 1 second bull.
Yeah, he was also, Amruta, I saw his one stream just a few days ago. He was playing GeoGuessr along with Priyadarshan Banjan. And he was so fast in finding all the places. He was like, oh, the grass is green here. Oh, the soil is brown here. Oh, it must be South Africa. Oh, this is Thailand. And I was like, what? How does Nihal know all these things?
Because he's traveled.
Yes, he's traveled a lot.
Okay, great.
And also, guys, today, is it today or maybe tomorrow?
Hey, today is Soumya's birthday.
Yeah, Soumya Swaminathan.
So what were you saying? Sorry.
No, I was, of course, happy birthday to Soumya, our very good friend and also one of India's top female players. I was talking about the last leg of FIDE Grand Prix. I think it starts either today or tomorrow. And Anish Giri is going to take part in that. It's his chance to qualify for the candidates.
Right.
Hello, Joy Datta.
In fact, in between when you were saying for sure, number of times, someone said in the chat, you were saying it like how Anish says for sure. So I think you guys have passed certain accents or certain words.
For sure. Oh, by the way, look at this, Amruta. This is what I was talking about Magnus. Kabhi to tumko lagega ki he's trying to play on the queen side with his pawns. But Magnus knows that these are also weak. So at some point he wants his queen to come here. So what he does is he transfers his queen like this. And now all of a sudden he's looking in this direction.
Oh, you had mentioned about that queen would have loved to come to h4 at that point of time. Which means Magnus's mind would work that way. If I get my queen h4. And this has actually happened. How dangerous it would be for the white king according to you? So queen f6. White has recovered 1 pawn back. He's still a pawn down. His bishops are well placed in if you have to look here.
Yeah.
So practically, how would you assess this position with white, Sagar?
I think that this position is slightly dangerous because there are so many things to consider. You want to take this pawn, but your f3 pawn is weak. So you may start off with king g2, but then he kind of saves his pawn. So although the game is complex, but I think this king weakness will haunt Pragg in the long run.
मतलब ये f4 e5 आना बहुत जरूरी था, and somehow black has actually been able to stop that.
Yes, I think Pragg's plan with this entire queen d2 to b2 might not be the best. Maybe he had to go for something else here, like queen d3 as we spoke, with the idea of f4.
I'll ask you one time. c4 एक बार खेल के दिखाओ मुझे.
हाँ, we discussed Amruta. c4
bishop
f5.
d4 नहीं, f5.
Yeah, we discussed this, and okay, it's also playable.
f5 के बाद you again can't go f4. Oh, okay. By the way, Joy Datta, member for 16 months. He's been the pillar of Indian chess. What is the secret of making successful reels? You guys upped the game so much.
I think there's only one secret, that is Asim. He is the one who has been helping us, Asim Khan. He met us in Dubai when we were for the World Championship match. Then he also came to the Phoenix Market City where we have the ChessBase India club. And he was very keen that we build on some reels, and he helps us with some new ideas, and we are like, okay, let's experiment, let's try. That has always been the thing about ChessBase India, that we always like to experiment, to try out new things. Of course, we are a bit tensed, worried how people will take it. We are, of course, wanting to do serious chess stuff, and then we are in this, but also at the same time, I think people enjoy it, and we are just experimenting. So if it works well, it works well.
Yeah, and I'm not worried, by the way. He might be. I love to dance. Maybe I should take some acting classes. So you'll teach me acting, Sagar?
Sure.
Okay.
Guys, is this okay now? I think
Bapre, this looks horrible, Sagar. My hair is gone, merged into the darkness.
we'll fix it later. I want to.
लाल थोड़ा कम करो, बहुत हाँ,
ठीक है.
little bit better. ठीक है, F4 is Praggnananhdaa has got F4
No,
on
no,
the
no.
board.
So what happened? Just to update you, that here he went King G2 and Magnus played C3 as we said, and now Pragg goes F4.
Oh, nice. By the way, can you keep the cameras here, Sagar, so that I can.
Sure. It's there only. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks. Oh, Nikhil in the
he
chat,
plays
he says
E5.
you both do a great job.
Hello, Nikhil.
Long
Nikhil,
time,
thank
yeah,
you
Nikhil.
for message. I also got your message, but I forgot to respond. Thanks. E5 was played in the position.
Has Magnus accepted the D passed pawn of white?
Yes,
E5 is a committal move.
But what do you do? Say for example, if you take on E5,
Yes.
then after Queen E5, this E4 pawn is weak. And if you don't take, and if you play D takes E6, then after Queen E6, again there is pressure here. So you can play E5, Amruta, blocking this bishop
But
and
in
threatening
knight
this
D5,
pawn.
I am a little worried about.
Maybe bishop C4 is there or what? Knight D5.
Rook D8, Rook F8.
Yeah, maybe G4. It's possible to play this way. But also, Amruta, another nice move here is G5.
Oh,
Hitting this.
typical. Wow.
So let's see what Pragg
And
decides
if you
to
don't
play.
take on E5, Sagar, is there anything else which white can do?
Maybe F5. Let's say
GF5?
F5, GF,
Aren't you worried?
and now I can go Rook C3.
Oh, Rook C6, yeah, idea. If F4. And what if FE4?
Also maybe Bishop C5 here. And if you play FE4, then you're very slow. Rook C6.
Queen H4. अभी भी समझ में नहीं आ रहा because I mean, look at the white king. How can this be better for white?
No, just my bishop comes here, my rook enters. You know, your pieces are a little bit offside.
I would say this position, superficially when you look at it, looks so better for black.
Yeah.
Because the queen is on H4 so near to that king. But it's not.
But this
easy to
didn't
assess.
happen, Amruta.
Yeah, because it's not easy to assess, Sagar.
He took D6 here.
Yeah.
And after D6, Queen took on E6. And as we predicted, E5 has happened. And guys, what do you think is G5 happening here? Also, Amruta, what has been the result of the poll? Oh, people are saying 29% Carlsen wins, 49% Pragg wins, 45% Pragg wins, and 26% draw.
Yeah.
I think it's a little bit
Draw.
too over optimistic. At least seeing the position here, and Pragg is a pawn down. I think draw or Carlsen wins looks like the two results that we are looking at.
Sir, 3 में से you're telling 2 results. एक बताओ यार, Sagar. I think it will be a draw. Draw seems likely because number of points you have a possibility of converting into opposite colored bishops.
Yeah.
Um,
So let's look at Vidit's game. Oh, he
One
goes
second,
knight
knight
d5. Hey, this
d5.
is the move you had suggested.
Right.
Yeah.
Very natural. And you see 93 ideas are also there.
Correct,
Let's
with the
not
check.
forget that. You were saying bishop c4 or
Here
bishop g4.
or here,
I
right.
like both the moves in fact, but bishop c4 would be the first one which I'll consider looks
You go here.
stronger.
I go here. I keep putting pressure. So you must take.
Yes.
I take.
Now you take on d1. Rook takes d. Ah, no. Sorry, e6 queen is hanging. So I have to go queen f5. So I think you should keep the camera zoomed. Queen f5.
Yeah, this is possible, Amruta, but he's gone bishop g4. He's attacked the queen from the other side. Here.
Okay, is it more forcing or something? Because yeah, where you can't move your queen actually. You don't have a good square. You have to play knight e3.
By the way, look at this move. And you might think that you can take here, okay? But here is a very stunning move, Amruta.
One second,
Can you
just
find it?
People also, no?
Yeah. Black to play.
Oh, nice. मजा ही लगा.
Did you find it?
Yeah, don't be so surprised.
I think it's not easy.
Acha, then wait. Okay, maybe I missed it.
Because
इतना
guys, if
confidence
you take here, then this ये मर रहा है. Bishop e6. So many people might think that take here and check, right? Did you think of the same
I
thing?
thought of queen c6 check, but that was the even worse because bishop f3 आ रहा है.
Yeah.
And queen a2 check के लिए rook f2 आ रहा है. And knight f4 भी देखा, but it's still the same.
So here's the let's look at what our chat has suggested, and is there anyone who's found the move? Wow, there are a few people who have found it, and actually the right move has been given by Paras Bhoir,
Kunal Gupta, Mr. Dam, Tijia Kumar, Rishi Agarwal, Fun, Life Chess for Fun, Vivan, Vishal Shah, Ratnam, Gurumurthy, and Rakesh Kumar.
मतलब रुक देके Amruta, when you move the queen here, now your queen is hanging, and the knight e3 check with a discovered is such
Mating
a
attack.
beautiful concept.
Wait, I have a question. Bishop f3 here.
No, but 10 rook b8.
Arey haan. Oh, this was truly beautiful. Huh?
The point here is that if you do this and play here, then after rook f2, it's around equal. In fact, white is the one who's pushing here. So after
This is a possibility. I mean, if you want to calculate simply.
queen c6 actually wins the game. By the way, the game has moved ahead, Amruta.
Oh,
He took on
go to the live
e3.
board. Mm-hmm.
He took on e3 here, and then after f takes e3, queen a2 check
Are we
happened.
going in the rook f2 variation now?
Rook f2 also happened.
No, but that was with queen b8.
Queen a3, and now Pragg says, I'm going to win your pawn here. Carlsen attacks this, and now Pragg has to just get his queen back. I think Amruta, Pragg has averted the worst here.
So what was the 93 was too early kya from Magnus? Just a moment ago, like if I have to look at this.
No,
यहाँ पे
but-
93 नहीं
but-
खेलना चाहिए था. So
No,
bishop
I think
g4 was a
93 is,
better
no,
move than
93
bishop
is okay. And actually the position was around equal, and
I mean complicated.
yeah, it's still, I think Pragg might be able to hold this. But there is this move, rook b2, which Magnus might do, because then rook c3 is impossible. There's a pin here.
Mm-hmm. And if I just move my king away from the second rank, that should be okay.
Yeah, that is true. By the way, Pentala Harakrishna's game is over. He has drawn his game with Gawain Jones.
Oh.
So that is one result that has been over. What about Vidit, Amruta? Can we just quickly check?
Anyway, yeah, rook a3. Yeah, black is better.
Wow, Vidit has managed to
Lovely
put
rook.
so much pressure on his opponent. Look at the space that he's controlling. Great play by Vidit Gujrathi here, playing an aggressive opening, and just trying to take control of the game. Meanwhile, Magnus
Yeah.
did go rook b2.
And
Pragg
he moved
has
away the
moved
game.
up king
So now
g3.
rook c3 is the threat which has been revived. The central pawn on e5 and f4, that structure kind of really restricts the g7 bishop. But how long will it take, Sagar, you think so, for the bishop to come in the game?
This one, right?
Yes.
Yeah, it will take some time. The rook has to move away. Then the other bishop has to come out. Right now, h5 has been played. I was thinking, can we take here, Amruta, rook c3 intermediate, or it's really bad?
No, why bad?
It's possible. So maybe Pragg might take it.
Yeah, and bishop, if I don't take, if I just go bishop d7 or something, I'm worried about e6 move for black. Like, I mean, it's going to be
You
a
mean
little
e6
bit
here?
after moving the bishop.
Oh,
Black
by
ka
the way,
pawn
he
structure
went bishop
dekho.
f3.
Now e6, is it a threat?
Amruta, the thing is
Is
that
Praggnananhdaa going to?
no, the thing is that whenever Magnus is playing against someone, right? We feel that Magnus, when it's equal, Magnus is the one who will put pressure on the opponent. But here it somehow feels like, if Pragg is also the one who's pushing, like, what a move by Magnus, by the way, h4. Because if you were to take Amruta, here is a classy move. Can you find it? What is the problem here? It's not at all easy, guys. Try to figure out.
But you had mentioned that idea before, right?
No, I don't think so. It's completely...
I think today I'm getting all the wrong answers first and get... So no.
No.
Okay. Shit.
It's a beautiful move, Amruta. Okay, if you do, by the way, queen e7, guys, then king just comes back. Okay. So that is not the move. Let's quickly check what our viewers are saying. Bishop e5 is the correct move. Well done.
Vivan, Vishal Shah, Prajwal Sajji, Slightly Scatty, Manan Nath, Aditya Jain, Guru Dinesh, Anukul Jain, Certified Genius, Usman Pathan and Rohan Balasubramaniam. Oh man, Bishop e5.
Yes.
I had not considered.
The main idea is that after take Amruta, here comes rook b4 and you lose the queen. Magnus is so sharp, and so is Praggnananhdaa. Pragg here went back king h2, and actually king f2 might have been better, but he went king h2, rook d8, and now he plays bd5. But this time it seems like Praggnananhdaa is under pressure. King h7, good move. Now if you take here, the rook is swooping into d2, so you can't move the bishop. Pragg is under pressure. Magnus has actually turned around the tables with this move h4.
Classy move it was, man. h4, and this opposite colored bishop may now, if Magnus gets a better position, then he should almost be winning in such a form.
It's about king weakness here, Amruta, and also if you think about it here, Magnus is looking very focused. He knows he has his chance. Pragg is down to 43 seconds. He hardly has time on the clock. He has to figure out so many details, Amruta. The rook may come in. His bishop might be loose. Should he take on? Oh, he goes king g1. But now, Amruta, rook c2, queen a1 check, king g2 and queen d1 attacking the rook and the bishop.
That is a tactic. Magnus, will he spot it
I think he will.
quickly? Because he's 1 minute 30 seconds. What do you think from his expression?
I can't make it out. You can't even figure out.
It. Oh, Praggnananhdaa sees it.
Yes.
Right now he sees it.
He knows that he's blundered because take, check and queen d1 is over, guys. Because c2 is hanging, d5 is hanging. If you go bishop e4, the rook jumps in here. So it's LPDO, guys. Loose pieces drop off. But Magnus has already thought for quite some time and not making his move. Either he sees it or he does not, Amruta.
No, he's seen it, and that's why he's kind of rechecking once, because it's almost winning. Yeah, one time you think and it's over.
But Amruta, if he doesn't do this, it's okay for Pragg. So
no, he's going to do it.
No, I think then otherwise he would have played it.
He's calm. That's why he's taking so much time. He wouldn't otherwise. Praggnananhdaa has seen it and really waiting whether Magnus has seen it or not.
28 seconds for Magnus Carlsen.
Look at him. He just expressed this. Maybe he's not seen it yet.
Who?
Magnus just did like this.
Acha.
Eyebrows upar ki hai.
Let's see. Oh, 17, 16. My God, Magnus, I think going
missed
super.
it.
Oh, he doesn't
Awesome,
see it.
awesome, awesome.
Now D5 under
good.
pressure. But now Amruta,
बाप रे,
can he take the
queen
pawn?
d1. वो tough था मतलब. That's
Yeah.
what we
Yeah,
saying.
yeah, it was not easy. It was not at all easy.
Bishop f7 मारना है. 25 seconds each.
Yeah.
This is a crazy game. For the first game, a total delight.
Oh, he
E4
plays
blunder.
E4.
क्यों? G5.
Queen B6. This time the king under so much pressure. Amruta, king E2, king G2, and the queen comes in.
But king. Okay, still.
Somehow this rook coupled up with the queen entering is massive. Yeah, Magnus finds it. By the way, Pragg had to take this pawn instead of E4, but still it was not easy.
Yeah, because anyway, queen takes E3 would happen. Yeah.
Queen
We
F1.
need to analyze it later.
But look at this finish, Amruta. Rook C2, Rook C2, Rook D5, E D5, Queen E4 check, and you pick up the rook. This
he can't
time
miss.
Magnus is
This
not going to
he
miss
cannot
it.
miss.
You
Oh,
know
he
it.
played bishop h6, but this is also winning. Anything is winning.
But Magnus not very sharp. Yeah, he's
No.
missing things
Yes.
today.
I mean, not the best moves.
By the way, Vidit Gujrathi has just right now almost checkmated Wenjun. So Vidit has won his game. That is good news for all the Vidit fans here. King H1 and now bishop takes F4 is hanging. Praggnananhdaa is going to lose here. Magnus really, Amruta, today was in this clutch mode. Yeah, he didn't let Praggnananhdaa get an advantage ever. But he did miss
Yes.
some chances.
Subtle things, I think. And you do miss in 15-minute game.
Yeah.
But even Praggnananhdaa found some good ideas and he was able to hold until a point, in fact, get slight advantage as well.
Yeah, guys, this pawn, which was the extra pawn, is what Pragg has costed Pragg the game. Now Rook C8 was a nice move because if you take on B2, I can come to C1 and I can pin the queen here. So Queen G3 has been played. Can I take on B2? Yeah, he takes on B2. What's the idea? Maybe Rook C8. This is the point. Because you can't come back. It's a mate here.
That's the final finish. Look at Magnus. Why is it so like
Magnus has this
I
expression
know
always. His expression is always like that of not too happy, not too sad. Just, in the moment, he finds the move. Rook C8. And I think Pragg will resign here. He has 14 seconds. Yeah, let's also have a look at some of the other games, guys.
Yes,
After
but
this,
let's wait 5 seconds. I think he's going to resign now because
plays E6. And now Rook C1.
hey, Rook C1, Queen C1, Bishop C1, EF7. No.
EF7 and then check here, maybe.
Yeah, Bishop B2 is also there.
Oh, he first took here. Smart. Takes here. And Pragg has resigned. Magnus shakes his head.
And Pragg is so unhappy.
No, he just turns off the camera. Well, it was a fight, Amruta. It was a fight. It was a nice game. But Magnus proving that he is still very, very strong in these complex positions. Just one thing to notice here, guys. One moment that I loved was this move H4. And the subtle point was if you were to take this pawn, then bishop takes, F takes, and rook b4.
This was crazy to see, yeah, to find, and maybe he had, I don't know how much time, 1 or 2 minutes.
Yeah, it was
something. But even Praggnananhda's bishop g4 move, I really liked, Sagar. It was a beautiful move. It put a lot of pressure on Black's position. Praggnananhdaa actually got a very decent hold on the position. He was very close to, kind of making Magnus make a mistake, if not H4, if not for H4.
Yeah.
But मजा आया. Game में मजा आया. Praggnananhdaa tried something new. That was very good to see. And Magnus dealt with it, yeah?
Yes, and just like last point to show that after H4, King H2, this idea which Magnus missed here was Rook C2, Queen A1, king f2 or g2, let's say king f2, then queen d1, double attack here and here.
वैसे queen ऐसे जो आई after queen d1, it's an unusual double attack.
Yes.
Suddenly.
And then after this, Amruta, just check and we make a queen. So this was winning, but Magnus missed it. He went queen a5, and here Praggnananhdaa had a chance to take on f7. And the point here is that after rook takes, check, king f2.
King f2 queen h1, no, Sagar?
Yes, but there could be bishop takes g6 and
Is it perpetual after king takes? Let's say if I go king g6.
yeah, then
What
some
is your
f5
plan?
stuff with
King-
the queen moving in, and maybe
Oh.
it's a draw. But okay, I can also play just king g2. You know why to go there? Then
Ah,
there
but
is
then it is
queen
lost.
e1. Okay, how
Okay,
about
this
king
is
h2?
difficult.
And if you go here,
Yeah.
I can take,
Hmm.
and then rook g2. So these are some of the ideas, because after king here there is queen f7 and it is you who gets mated.
So for 10 to 20 seconds, this position was way too complicated
Very
for
much.
them to play.
Very much.
I mean,
And I
somebody
think
had to make a mistake. It was not
exactly
possible.
e4 seemed such a solidifying move in a way,
Yes.
but it opened up the dark squares, and that is what Magnus instantly took advantage of, and ye pawn weak ho gaya. f4 became weak. Okay, let's have a look at the standings, guys. As you have mentioned, let's have a look at who is leading and what is the scorecard like. Still some games going on, but Magnus has moved to 19 points. Meanwhile, Vidit has moved to 8th position, Amruta, with a win there in his move to 13. Pragg has come down to 11th, and Harakrishna is on 13th position. So these are the standings right now after 9 rounds. We have 3 more games to go today, and we'll see how it goes. Well, we have like one-on-one with Vidit. Yeah, like it seems like he's on our stream right now, but we'll just switch off the cams. And guys, let's have a look at Vidit's game, shall we, Amruta?
Yeah, we had left it at bishop a6. Yeah, 11 move.
Yes. So take bishop a6, rook e1. He played queen d7, cd, ed. Till now, white looks nice and cozy. Maybe here, instead of bishop c3, rook c1 could have been a nice idea. King h8, queen
By the
d3.
way, just telling you, you could decide. There is Quang Liem's very interesting game going on with Duda right now. Yeah.
Top seed. Let's have it.
So in case you want to
Why not? Why not,
and
Amruta?
look
Good
at Vidit's
suggestions.
game later. No, people are suggesting
Yes,
that
yes.
because it was live.
Chat, great suggestions by chat. We should always listen to it. Also, he's the leader of the tournament.
Yes. Quang versus Duda.
But it seems like white is winning there. So Quang Liem might have another victory, because ye dekho, this bishop protects the pawn, and Duda's queen is like really sidelined, and you have like extra piece almost.
एक सवाल पूछूं? If this position was without the knight on f3,
Draw maybe. No?
no. No, I mean your king will get the shelter somehow eventually, and then
Now he wants to go knight g5, but the problem is that there might be perpetuals. So
no
he's,
chance, no, because the knight on f3 will always shelter.
no,
the
knight is okay, but when you go g5,
Uh-huh.
then the queen will start giving checks.
Okay, got it. So this is winning. Okay, so white would be winning.
People are saying, how is this winning? Well, this is winning because slowly when he will coordinate, this pawn will queen.
So Abhi, already the idea is knight g5.
Yes, possible. check king h4 जाएंगे
Yeah.
या king g2?
King h4.
Because king g2 there is no more checks and the threat is h7 h8. He goes king h4, which is human way. You want it's like you want all your pieces to be together.
एक family बन गई है. Queen d3. अभी knight g5 if you play, still there is no check, Sagar. Yeah.
Yeah, knight g5.
Maybe you will stop it. Oh, he went rook f4. Why rook f4? Queen g6 he is allowing. Rook f6? No, I don't like rook f4 though much. But he must be having some very nice idea at 6.
Yeah.
Oh, now knight g5 he may want to go.
No, look at Duda. He's shaking his head. What? Knight d2? Quang Liem is enjoying him maneuvering the pieces now. Knight e4 maybe. It's a risk-free position for white. Even if he loses one rook here, it's still a draw, I feel.
Like still a draw मतलब?
Like
still,
just take...
draw तो है ही नहीं.
नहीं, मतलब he's winning, but even if you lose a rook somehow, remove the rook, that position is also like
draw.
Is drawn. So it's so much winning for white right now.
But knight या bishop निकाला तो I think white should be still winning because of नहीं bishop निकाला तो नहीं, b2 pawn defense is very important.
Yeah, true.
Knight e4. He wants to go knight f6 basically. That was instead of knight on g5.
There was a nice question by someone who said why not push the pawn, but here check. And then you lose the bishop, or if you bring your bishop in, then you lose the pawn. You don't want that to happen. So patience. Quang Liem is in amazing form, no, Amruta? Yeah. He's on 20 points out of a possible 24, 8 rounds. And he will win this, so he'll go to 23 out of a possible 27.
वो जो तुमने 2 बार पेशेंस बोला उसमें मतलब पेशेंस आ जाता है बंदे में.
Amruta, I want to show you a nice mate. Suppose I go here. Chat, what does white play? सब पूरा attention इधर है. But here is a very nice thing.
आ गया.
No, Naman Vadwa, there was not a mate here because the king could always escape here. I took away the escape route now. So that's why rook a4 mate. Yes, well done, guys.
It's like a back rank mate. Okay, let me just show you that.
Yes.
Queen a2, pawn b2, pawn.
Oh, he finally pushes the pawn and this is the right timing. Duda.
Hey, actually imagine something. If black king when it was on a2 और white का रुक अगर e1 पे रहता था मतलब तो
stalemate chances were there. I have realized one thing, Amruta, that players who are very strong, like at this level, they don't rush into converting a winning position. They do it arams. They know that when the apple is ripe, it will fall. I don't need to, throw stones at it and make it fall. So it's like they will make the best moves, be calm, see, aram se, and now resign. Yeah, like Duda.
Yeah.
Now the apple is ripe.
You mean these top players, they are very well versed with the timing at the right time to release tension, to maintain tension, to expose the king, to not expose. Timing is very important. वैसे life में तो वो भी important ही है timing.
So he's won here, Amruta, and this is the scorecard now. Quang Liem, I think let's just update it. Yeah, this is the updated scorecard. Quang Liem leads the tournament with 23, Magnus Carlsen on 19, Duda on 16.
He lost, so it was important for him right now, no? This game was...
Yeah. Niemann on 14, Van Foreest on 14, David Navarra on 13, Ding Lijen on 13, Vidit on 13. So Vidit is actually having a good chance, Amruta, with this win to finish in top 8. Of course, there are still today 3 more rounds, tomorrow 6 more rounds to go in all. And Praggnananhdaa today lost his game against Magnus Carlsen. So that was a blow for Pragg's chances in top 8. But okay, I mean, you don't expect to beat Magnus every turn. Yeah, so just going back to the game analysis of Vidit. So queen b3, knight e4, we look till here. Now he's attacking maybe the d5 pawn. So take on d2, bishop d2, and he put the bishop on c4. Queen d1. There's also queen c2, Amruta.
But yeah, surprising. He went queen d1.
Yeah, she went queen d1. Now Vidit went g5.
Maybe he was not happy with knight b4.
She. Wenjun. She's the world champion.
Of course I know. g5.
Knight e2. By the way, here's a question. If queen c2 and I go g5, why would this be different from queen d1? What is the move that white has here? Guys, in the chat, what do you think? Eight players. Lalit Sharma will qualify. Yes, Akash Sutaria, you are right. Let's just see how many people were able to get this one on our chat. Chess moves. Yes.
Akash Sutaria, Aryan, Shobit Joshi, Slightly Scatty, Rohan Balsubramaniam, Siddharth Meena, Just Jain.
Sorry.
Pranay Kumar, Rishi Agarwal and Mahesh S.A. Knight D3. I think a lot of people, once again, I want to see if people suggested Knight D5. Yeah, those people. There was one, Ritesh Agarwal.
No, that's the
because, yeah, you do feel like Knight D5 के बाद कुछ हो रहा है क्या? But everything is dependent, so not really.
So here Knight D3 and white is doing very well.
So when the queen is on c2, it defends the knight on d3, whereas now queen d1 के बाद g5 and you don't have knight d3. So he had to go knight e2 and it's already very passive. It's already very passive.
Knight b4, threatening. यहाँ पे घुसना है.
Knight
c3, knight jumped in. Here, knight b2.
Queen c2.
Take the pawn b5, and this is how Vidit recovered the pawn.
Got it.
Knight d1, knight b6, knight b2, rook a3, take here, take with the knight. This is one of those positions where the bishop pair is not so useful because the black pieces are just very active. c6, very nice move, solidifying this, making sure the bishop has no active plans.
Yeah. Bishop f1. I mean, this is the perfect position, an example where white has double bishops, but the knight on c4 is very strong. It doesn't even matter.
Yeah. Take rook d1, queen h3, bishop f1, queen went back, rook d3, and here is where Vidit turned the tables. And I think I will ask the chat, what is the move here for Vidit? Black to play. Come on, guys, think. Oh, Jorden beat Ding Liren. Oh, the next round is about to begin very soon. So yeah, we'll follow that. No, this move, Amruta, was so nice by Vidit actually. Beautiful, yeah.
बहुत सारे ब्यूटीज दिख रहे हैं, but माइंड ठीक से चल नहीं रहा है.
No, but this is great calculation. I always have been thinking, like sometimes to finish off, you need to calculate well. This is a great position. And I think we have so many people in the chat who have found the right answer here. Look at this.
Bishop G3, Arnav Srivastav slightly scatting, Moneymaker, Varun Mahishi, Rakesh Kumar, Rishi Agarwal, Hardik Bhatti, Skydrift, Upendra Dikshit, and Prachi Jain.
Yes, well done, all of you, for finding this move. And the point is very subtle, also very nice, and I think you will enjoy the lines here. So if you take back with the rook, then I will take back with the rook. If you take back with the pawn, I will take, and knight e3 check, and I'll win the queen. If you don't take with the rook, and if you take here, which happened in the game, Amruta, by the way, you can't do anything else because queen h2 is a mate. So you take here. Now this.
Okay.
Now this, I go check. Now you have two options, king f2 and king e2. She went king e2. Let's look at king f2. Then I go queen h2 and I win your queen. So you must go king e2. Amruta is that student, yeah? When teacher says, she does, she's not looking at any variations. Check, king here, rook d3, queen e2. And now it's done. Check, check, check.
You see, Sagar, one question. The rook on a1 जिंदगी में
कुछ नहीं कर पाया,
मतलब कुछ सोचा ही नहीं, कुछ सपना भी नहीं देखा उसने.
करेक्ट,
नहीं, बैठ के शायद सपने देख.
हाँ वही तो, सपना देख रहा,
देखते रहा.
By the way, a very interesting game now in this round has begun. It is Hans Niemann versus Vidit Gujrathi. So just put on that game. They have already started. Vidit has the black pieces. Hans Niemann is white.
Oh, Vidit versus Hans.
Yes, Hans is one of Amruta's favorite players because he's always
so creative and his games are so interesting.
Yeah.
If you ever stand besides his board, you're sure to have a treat. Like ऐसे नहीं होएगा fifth move पे queen exchange or
fire on board. Yeah, he's always fire on board, and that's why I think with Vidit also it will be interesting. I think Vidit has been out prepared. If you see, it's
What?
only
Already?
10 moves, and Vidit has been thinking a lot just to see why did that happen. Okay, this is all standard stuff. This is also well known.
Bishop D2. हाँ, must be common, no? Bishop G3 रहेगा.
BD2.
नहीं, out prepared नहीं हो सकता.
Yeah, this move I think queen A4 is what I think
Sideline है क्या?
might not be very common.
हाँ, फिर हो सकता है. But I still feel that he might be trying to recollect. That's
Let me
lazy gameplay says मेरा A1 भी ऐसा ही रहता है. वो रुक के बारे में बोल रहा था वो पहले वाला.
Let me get the board here, Amruta,
Sure.
so that people can also see when we analyze. No,
Prachi
on
asks
our-
why Vidit has black 2 continuous games.
he
Maybe
might
it's
have
some
got
white.
2 whites.
Yeah, this you should definitely show. अकेले अकेले देखना ठीक नहीं है.
So guys, this is what is ChessBase 16 and इसमें game analysis होता है. So if you want to check it out, ChessBase and Mega Database, that's the first link in the description. But anyway, let's just have a look here. C4, D takes, knight takes, correct? E6 was played, bishop F4, D5
CD5
has been played in 244 games.
CD5, 95, 95.
C6, BC6, 73 games. BD2, bishop B4, 44 games. And see, queen C2 has been the main move. Rook C1 has also been played. But here played queen A4, 3 games only. And here are the games. Romano versus Erdos. You also have Magyar versus Nilotpal. And here versus some...
मतलब this is the side of sideline.
Yeah, so that's why I think Vidit was not aware of this.
Right. So how did he continue then? Oh, this Hans है क्या ये? He's cut.
Yeah, he's cut
Cut
his
his
hair.
hair.
He had long hair, right?
Yeah.
So queen a4, he went queen b6, and now a3. Once again, Hans is well prepared. He's yawning there. He's like, "Hi Vidit, bhai, kya opening nahi pata aapko?" What? He takes with the pawn. Okay, interesting. You know, Amruta, this position reminds me of this famous game of Kramnik versus Anand in the World Championship match 2008, where Kramnik won one game only with Anand. It was game number 10, if I'm not wrong. And it was this kind of a setup where white has the bishop pair. It's a very symmetrical structure. Both sides have this weakness. And then the bishop, something like that had happened. It was the Catalan. Okay, so this position is roundabout even here. Vidit has castled. It's not like Hans' idea is earth-shattering. Yeah.
No, not at all. In fact, I'm thinking that isn't White's king really weak? Like, I mean, still not developed. So there are still two moves. And can Vidit stop White's castle? That would be the question. Because if he's able to, then Vidit should be better, right? This kind of sideline which White has chosen, there has to be some kind of a way to deal with it.
Yeah, and also Amruta, the thing is that if I move my knight away here, then he might play bishop e2 and castle.
No, but Sagar, your e4 will be hanging. Maybe you have to go bishop d3 at some point, like bishop e2. Okay.
Why not? And maybe then if you go bishop e2, Vidit might go e5. Oh, Vidit's image is somehow getting glitched there.
Akshay Mohan says knight c7 idea, bishop a6 and exchange a strong light square bishop.
What?
Instead of knight f6, he was suggesting knight c7 here with the idea of bishop e6.
Yes, but Akshay, this move is kind of tricky.
Queen on b6.
And then if you go c5, bishop here, and if you go bishop a6, then I can take, and after you take, I castle, and you have wasted a bit too much of your time to get this, and you are getting into trouble here. Please do check out this game of Kramnik Anand. It was really cool. By the way, Amruta, some more interesting games in this round.
Praggnananhdaa? How is he doing in this round?
Praggnananhdaa is playing David Navarra. So let's
have him on the board. Sagar, Anubhav Jain asks, Sagar, don't you get tired? COB all day, charity cup at night, such stamina and devotion to chess, hats off.
Yeah, a bit tired for sure, but on the other hand, I'm also very lucky that I get so many opportunities to commentate and so many people watch and follow. So that is not something to, I enjoy this for sure. And COB today was very interesting, Amruta.
Yes.
Because
which was your favorite game?
The game Samay versus Prakhar was very good game. Very high quality, lot of ideas. I think I might analyze that tomorrow morning.
And did everyone laugh a lot?
Yes. It was a very intense stream as well, somehow, because there were so many games to finish and so many schedules to keep, because everyone had been given a time slot, 24 players. So
super complicated organization. No? It's amazing to have all of the schedules and everything right there.
No, I mean, I think Nordwind team has done great. Also, Sudhir does a lot of this job. He's done phenomenal. Amruta, I want to just have a look at couple of games. One of Hari, because he's taking on the leader of the tournament right now, Quang Liem. And somehow Hari has managed to get a very, very nice position.
Yeah, isn't it positionally winning for him? Look at it. The dark square bishop is bad bishop for black. He played e4 right now.
Yeah.
But b6 is such a fixed backward pawn. Wow.
And these pawns can never be attacked.
So if Hari is able to beat this game, the leader, that's going to be a good thing for him. I think Hari will not lose such an advantage. I mean, you don't get such an advantage in a way.
No, but also I think, Amruta, this advantage is such that it can go away in an instant if you are not very accurate. Because what is your advantage? Your advantage is that this is weak, correct?
Yes.
So if I keep it defended, then you need another weakness, and which doesn't exist as of now. You might have to
I'm
push these
creating.
pawns.
I mean, he's creating, exactly.
And when you have to create another weakness, you have to be very careful, because if you don't do it well, it can simplify things.
Correct.
So I know that Harakrishna is actually very good at doing these things, but also his recent form hasn't been the best. So let's see if if he beats Quang Liem, that might be a huge boost to him, and he might finish in top 8.
True. Also, the e4 pawn is not really weak. It can be defended anytime, but still it is very close to the white king, which makes it always a insecurity.
And Amruta, look at Hari's time. He has 17 minutes.
Oh, it's preparation.
Yeah, that seems like it.
ठीक है, f6 मतलब अभी you have two choices like h5 जाके. Oops.
No, it's all good. I'm just trying to see Hari's preparation, how deep it went, because
You're checking the opening, yeah? In the chat, there are people who had seen COB when you were talking about it, and Anubhav says Tanmay can come back, best part.
Yeah, that was
Noise
very
says GM Abish Matthew could convert this easily. Acha, this matlab this. Okay. Vibhash Tandon says Tanmay losing both rooks on the same position.
yeah, I think that was also a nice highlight of the day. By the way, here is Harikrishna's game. And Karyakin has played few games here. Karyakin Nihua. By the way, from Karyakin, I have to inform you, Amruta, maybe you know it already, but if you don't, then I think the Ethics Commission had met and were going to decide on Karyakin's when he had tweeted about Ukraine and Russia, and they have given him 6 months ban from playing tournaments.
6 months means candidate.
Yeah, so he cannot play the candidates. So by the way, just checking here, guys, the game was until move here was played between Karyakin Nihua, and then A5 was the first new move. So Hari might have prepared this.
Wow, that's a deep preparation. And Hari is confident in this. Also the time itself shows another level of pressure on the opponent. You don't have much possibility to go wrong in these kind of positions when Hari is a positional player. That's why I think when you're a very aggressive player, maybe you could still mess it up at some point, making a bad positional move.
Yeah.
But Hari's endgame, I think he's going to very easily convert this.
Very easy is somehow, I don't think very easily.
Acha.
It might not be so easy, I feel.
How would you be assessing this if in a classical tournament? Like let's say right now you have 40 moves, 24 moves है ना, मतलब आधा घंटा है तुम्हारे पास ये पोजीशन में. अभी तो 15 मिनट भी है. It's more like classical.
No, but I think, Amruta, the main idea is Rook G1 and G5. That might be the only plan that White has, kind of. So.
But then you have to be alert for Bishop E5 because your C3 pawn, is it weak? Or you will keep your king on D2?
Yeah, I'll keep my king here. And I think that's why I feel that it's not so simple. We will keep an eye on this game.
F4?
But doesn't that mean you can take here? Or maybe he's just like okay with this.
Yeah, F4 is a very kind of a move which you will not consider.
Yeah, but if you don't take, Amruta, then G5 and I have like pawns moving ahead. If you take and after rook f3, I think white is better.
No, but I am also worried for f4, f5 move. Black's f5 move. Do you think it's wrong? Because I am fixing my pawn on light square.
You mean this move?
Yes. Oh, it's bad.
Yeah, because let's say
Rook g1.
yeah, rook g1.
Rook f7 ko
No,
gf.
g5.
No, it's okay. It's doubled. Rook f7. And then rook g8 first. You have rook g5. No, rook g5.
Too passive.
Okay.
Okay, let's go to Vidit's game. For now, after e4, knight f6, as we were discussing, bishop e2, but he played bishop d3. Vidit went knight g4, threatening this pawn. He went castles, rook d8, putting pressure here, queen c2, and now an important move played by Vidit, bishop a6. The bishops were traded, queen a6. It's a bishop versus knight, but also this square is slightly weak on d3, so I can get my pieces in there.
Okay, so with it, if he gets knight on d3, the c6 pawn, if it gets to c4, then this should be kind of slightly better for him. That's why white already stops knight e5, knight d3 maneuver, if you are looking at it.
It goes bishop f4. And Amruta, see, in such positions, you can go wrong easily. Let's say I go queen d3. You take, I take. Now, what is the positions assessment? I feel that this is around equal, but you don't have the b file because the bishop controls this square. But that this is weak.
Rook c1.
Maybe I can do this rook f d1. Let's say you take on c3. I can kick your knight back, also taking away the back rank issues. And then eventually, maybe you want this and try to win. I think overall such a position is what white is aiming for. You know, if
But
you
you
can...
know what, white will also try, like if he's aiming for a draw, then maybe yes. But what he will try to get is rooks also on 7th rank.
Yeah.
He has a bishop, so he'll try to see if he can push that slight initiative where his bishop dominates the knight.
Yeah, by the way, Vidit goes queen c4, Amruta, not queen d3. Yeah, it's a position. It's
nice
like this canvas where you both players are painters, or you can say both are artists, and both have to paint, and in order to see who will the position favor. Will it be the knight or will it be the bishop? How do you place your other elements? Do you place your pawn here? Do you place this pawn here? Too many things to look at. Yeah, and Vidit has 6 minutes. Hans Niemann has nearly 12 minutes, so that could become a factor. Can we check what Pragg is doing? Pragg is playing against David Navarra. And recently, Amruta, if you remember, in Belgrade GM tournament where Nihal took part, he lost one game. Only one game. And he lost to Navara. So Navara has beaten Nihal. Let's say if Praggnananhdaa can take that revenge today. Well, the position looks okay. I mean, although white has space, this last move f6 is fighting back for space.
Right now it's a forcing thing, right? e5 pe attack hai. White has to decide whether he wants to take or he wants to go f4.
No, f4, then this pawn will hang.
Blunder. So he has to take, na? Or anything else.
But if you take, I take back,
with the
and then f5 next.
Yes.
I think Pragg is doing okay here.
अच्छा, but if you don't take, तो फिर you lose the pawn ना. तुम्हारे पास और कुछ चारा नहीं है.
No, actually, I'm not losing a pawn. Say h3.
What?
With the idea of f4. So you take, I take.
Oh, b6 hanging है क्या? Bishop.
नहीं, b6 नहीं, ये मार के d5 is also hanging. So maybe you take this first, correct?
Okay.
And now I take with the queen defending this. And if you take bishop e5, then of course it's a blunder. I take, take.
Oh, so actually I'm not threatening f5 because
so that's
still
why
d5 is hanging. Okay, got it.
Also, I want to check the game between Jorden van Foreest and Magnus Carlsen. The world champion takes on his second. Jorden They worked together for the World Championship match. Jorden was Magnus's second. And right now, Magnus is maybe, Amruta, it's very tricky because Magnus might want to use his preparation, but Jorden only might have prepared that for the World Championship.
Oh, I thought they will repeat first.
Yeah, this is the position now.
Generally, Magnus would want to play. He would not want to repeat. C5 खेल के बंद कर दिया तो 94. Maybe better. That would be.
Take on d5 looks good, no, Amruta? Take on d5, maybe knight. Oh, I want to go knight g5, but then d4 is hanging. पहले इसको बचा लेंगे इधर और इस पे प्रेशर डालेंगे फिर knight g5 भी slight edge for Magnus here.
ठीक है. So what about Hari? How has he progressed?
So Hari, after playing f4, his opponent didn't touch it. He went rook b e8. Harakrishna went f5, h6.
Oh.
And
break तो ले ही नहीं सकते g5. 1 second.
Yeah, this is a draw, Amruta. This is just a draw. They'll shuffle the pieces around and.
बाप रे, इतना ब्लंडर अंडरस्टैंडिंग में मेरा हो गया.
नहीं understand. Blunder. Maybe I think Harakrishna's f5 move was a bit too soon. That's what I feel. Or h6.
So f5, can I ask you if he would not go f5, if he waits with the idea of rook g1, g5, then black will go f5, na? Look at this. g5 खेलो, suppose. Right now g5 would be bad, I think.
No, I can go rook g1 maybe.
Now I do nothing. Let's say rook e7 खेल दो. एक मिनट. g5 खेलो, suppose we are trying
immediately
with g5.
और थोड़ा prepare करके I was thinking, but yeah.
But if you play g5, what I want to say is f5 खेल दिया and it's closed. Anyway, if g6 तो h6, h6 तो g6. So you still don't have a break, a proper break.
True.
So actually,
So it's easy to condemn Harakrishna's
create
move.
a second weakness anyway.
So that is what we were discussing, no? And then you said no, it's very easy.
वही तो बोली ना मैं, अंडरस्टैंडिंग में ब्लंडर हो गया.
Yeah, now if you go here, he'll defend.
Okay.
Okay, let's go to Vidit's game. And Amruta, Vidit is slowly starting to take over.
Nice.
This is very common. This happens when a positional player gets such a position against an aggressive player, like take, rook d1, and Vidit now took.
Oh, queen and knight versus queen and bishop.
By the way, Amruta, just a small question for you. Why is this not a good move?
Don't do that with me ever again.
Guys, because she lost a back rank mate in a recent simul, so I had to ask her that question.
Oh.
So rook d1, he took, and now here's a very nice move. By the way, the threat is a mate here, and at the same time the knight is hanging. So what is the move that Vidit played here, guys?
Nice. Aryan Kamble is saying Sagar Shah high on Red Bull energy.
Yeah, I drank one. I don't drink usually much, but today they sent us a few bottles. I was having it, and I feel maybe that's the secret of my energy today. They say Red Bull gives you wings, yeah? That's what Samay said so many times on stream.
Yeah, people have. Chalega na.
Yeah, so I think h5 is the move.
Shaibi Binoj, Varun Maheshi, Abhimanyu Singla, Amod Joshi, Rishabh Jaiswal, Keshav Srivastava, Nitish Modi. Yes.
So h5, bishop g5. And Vidit now said, thank you so much.
Yeah, because he's winning e4 or c3. He decides c3, no?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also
Now he has a
possible was queen
passed pawn.
c5, Amruta, putting pressure here, not because you know the moment he took here, white went h3, and now Vidit has to go back, and now
Oh,
Hans.
the structure is
But
spoiled.
you know the thing is, if you take here,
Queen h5.
taking this makes no sense because look, check, king here,
Queen
check,
a3.
check, king here, and now think about it this way:
Huh.
that my king, no checks here.
Hmm.
I'll take this pawn, and I have a passer here.
So that's what I thought, that you will take the a3 pawn.
No, but I want my queen near my king so that you have no checks.
Oh,
There's no perpetual.
Okay, got it.
So Hans' decision of taking here and taking here is not easy because there is a passed pawn here.
And if you don't take, still you are anyway simply a pawn down. How do you...
See, first is this check,
Okay.
king here and bishop f6. Now if I take, you want to take back. But Vidit has calculated check, king here, check. King here, and now maybe with
Queen
the
f6.
queen or with the pawn. Maybe let's say with the queen.
Now
And
queen,
queen
c7.
c7.
So
So
now a7 is right.
this doesn't rush because this hangs.
So you... But don't take with the
Magnus.
queen then. Play with the pawn.
Amruta, everyone's saying Magnus is very angry.
Magnus. Can you show
Oh,
the
Magnus is-
cameras? Angry on the board, kya?
Yeah, because what did you think then?
I thought angry uska video dekhna.
So what happened is we saw till here. He went rook d1, h6. Magnus is better. Knight e5 better. Rook c8, and now he took on d6. Perhaps if he had taken here, he is winning. Knight c6. Now e7 under pressure and d8. So let's say you go queen e8. Now I take this and I'm at least a pawn up. So here knight d7 was taken, and here I think Magnus missed his chance to take and play knight c6. So
No, he was angry like with himself. With the, yeah, maybe that was the point.
no, he missed this next move of his opponent. Guys, find the winning move or find the better move for black to play.
He banged table, that's it. Asim Khan, member for 14 months, says 130 years ago in 1889, we saw Laskar double bishop sacrifice. And today we saw Tanmay Bhai double rook sacrifice. Chess is truly amazing.
But Asim, on that double bishop, we're on two different squares, h7 and g7. Tanmay sacrificed the rook on the same square. Okay, the move here, and I think a lot of people, I you have to check Amruta because our chat
Yes.
chess moves seems to have.
Vibhav, okay, C5 है क्या move?
हाँ.
Vibhav Goel, dynamic. जयेश खड़के, ऋषि अग्रवाल, विभश टंडन, एकम देओल, मानस चौधरी, शाइबी बिनोज, ऋषभ प्रजापति, राकेश कुमार, जयेश खड़के, अवनीश करा नामो, तिज्या कुमार, गौतम कुमार, विश 491,
Okay. बस.
विनम्र मिश्रा, जयेश खड़के and विनोद गणेशन. Sorry, विनोद गणेशन.
Did you read everyone's?
Yeah.
C5 was the move that I think Magnus missed and which made him really upset because the tables have been turned, Amruta. After rook c5, all of a sudden, even though Magnus is a pawn up, this is a weak pawn. This bishop has opened up. This knight doesn't know what it is doing. This bishop doesn't know what it is doing. It's turned around in a massive way here. Took here, bishop d1, rook d1.
Exchange down.
It's exchanged down.
Maybe he can defend same side pawns, one pawn. Like black doesn't have an easy passer, but the two rooks will be devastating on the last rank if they come to.
Let's see if he can defend this. I have my doubts, especially when you have such a plus position and now you have to defend such a -1. Not easy. Meanwhile, in Vidit's game, this has happened, Amruta, what we discussed. He gave a check. Now Vidit is going to give a check and he's going to pick this up with his queen or with the pawn. What do you think? Or maybe he repeats twice. And by the way, look at Vidit is ahead on time now all of a sudden.
Oh yeah, 5. But do you think he'll give a perpetual? Queen c1 and queen f4? Queen c1 and queen f4?
I don't think he will draw this game because he has nothing much to risk after queen f6, right? So Vidit will try. I mean, especially like this, and he can play a6 and he can keep all his pawns, pawn up. Why not?
Yeah.
Oh, he took with this g pawn. Fighting
This
move.
I like it. So now what are you going to do for queen c7? Because f7 is hanging, a7 is hanging, c6 is hanging.
Good question.
Triple attack. Oh, 1 second. Kya blunder?
So first, see, this is attack, and this is attack, correct?
तीनों एक time पे you cannot save.
So first I saved
Yes.
this one with a check.
Now I
You
have
go
an
here,
option
only
queen
move.
c5 and queen c4. Okay, this is what I was thinking. But if I go queen
Now,
c5, there is
I
queen
don't
f7
care
check.
about this
Acha.
for now. I'll save this. You go and take this and I start. You start, I push. You push, I push. You push, I push. And next move, I give a check and I make a queen. So I reached first.
So you had to prioritize. मतलब 3 चीजें थी तुमको, you had to choose 2. सब नहीं मिलता है ना
So,
life में.
by the way, Hans is, that's what, true. I prioritized. I prioritized ChessBase India and you over GM title. No?
Yeah,
Okay.
you did.
Queen f8 is a move, and that was the right move. f7 is hanging, and check, king here, and queen c4.
Wow. Vidit is going to be. No, but right now, what do you do? It's difficult. अभी क्या करोगे सागर? How will you continue?
अभी तो फिलहाल इधर है position. Vidit has not played queen c4.
But isn't it forced?
Vidit might even think about giving check back. By the
If
way,
he's not getting.
what happened in Harakrishna versus that game? Did Hari?
हाँ, draw हो गया क्या वो? या नहीं खेल रहे
No,
हैं?
Hari is still playing. Maybe Harakrishna has his eyes set on a sack. You know, Amruta? Look here, g5. It's not so stupid, yeah? Like, I go here and I open up my rook and try to put pressure here.
And bishop e5?
Yeah, I mean, it's stupid.
Not so stupid, fully stupid. That's what I wanted.
It doesn't work.
Asim says David Navarra is a sweet guy. He always wishes you with namaste in the videos.
No, he's tremendous. I think you guys have to meet him to know how good he is. Meanwhile, Praggnananhdaa against David Navarra. I mean, it's equal pawns.
But abhi e7 is attacked. Okay.
But when you take
But
e7, I
B2
can
is,
take here.
yeah, and you can't lose b2. Because the value of b2 pawn is way more than the value of e7. But if b2 is a bitcoin, then e7 may be some other whatever.
I don't even think that this is so valuable. I mean, both are quite, because here when you take, you are able to kind of give a perpetual. But I think this game has high chances of ending in a draw, especially because black king is a bit open, so white will give perpetuals.
I'm not 100% sure because in time pressure, if somebody is going to really try to overstretch, then you never know. Yesterday, a similar thing happened with Praggnananhdaa. Yeah? Ding actually tried to overstretch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go back. I think Vidit is thinking here. He has a choice now between this and to take a draw. I guess with the time running down to 2 minutes, he might agree to a draw. What do you think?
Yeah. Yeah, I think so. But risk तो कुछ नहीं है ना क्वीन C4 में.
By the way, Amruta, here they go. Magnus Carlsen is almost getting checkmated here.
Oh,
Guys, Magnus is
पहुंच
playing
गए
with
last
Jorden.
time.
The last two videos on the bottom, as you can see, are Magnus and Jorden here. This is a mate in one threatened here on H1. King H3.
Queen F1 check दो पहले. फिर Bishop
But
G2
BG2,
आएगा.
yeah.
फिर Queen E2 आएगा. Yeah, Queen F1 check should be.
But Queen F1, I can go King H2.
Yeah. Now think. हाँ, G5 भी नहीं आ रहा है ना. You need a break. By the way, ये देखो ना. Queen F1, King H2, Queen G1, King H3. और अभी अगर तुम्हारा नाइट E4 पे नहीं रहता था तो बिशप G3 आता था.
और ये मारा तो
तुम बताओ.
Oh, nice. Nice one. Sharp. Oh, by the way, Vidit went Queen C4 and Hans played F3. Actually, quite good fighting spirit shown by Vidit here. But will he struggle with the time? He goes C5. Vidit is like, देखो मैं तो queen को वापस ला रहा हूँ. Then I'll push the pawn further as well.
The play is much easier for Vidit, right? In this position.
True.
So, practically it's not so easy also to defend with white. इसे passed pawn है तो.
But yeah, Vidit has used quite a lot of his time, Amruta. That's the main thing.
Queen C8 right now, maybe Queen F5 check idea है. No, he goes King G3. Queen E6, you want to go back? F5.
What?
Oh, does he plan EFH4 or
What
Queen
is
F4?
happening? What is happening?
क्यों चल तो रहा है अच्छे से.
I mean, why
All
did
good.
he play F5?
Oh, Queen F4 के बाद he loses the C5 pawn, no? After Queen takes F5. Maybe. But then you lose this.
Look at Harakrishna there. Is his game over or is he sleeping or what?
Oh. Has he blundered?
No. Oh, by the way, look at this.
Oh.
Some things have changed. E3 has happened. Quang Liem says to Hari, take this pawn, take this, everything, exchange the rooks, the bishop endgame is drawn. Good decision by Quang Liem, and I think that might be the logical result of this game. Meanwhile, Vidit has gone for a check here. King G1, and now maybe Amruta this check. I think Vidit might agree to a draw now.
Yeah, because
Sure,
even if you
sure.
take the F5 pawn and lose C5,
No,
it
that's
doesn't
not
make
work.
sense.
That's
If
not
you
work.
don't, then it's not possible to sustain. So yeah, it's going to be a draw.
Praggnananhdaa versus David Navarra still going on here. David has just won a pawn, it seems.
No, bishop C1. Okay, नहीं हो रहा है. King G7. Why would he go King G7? Queen D5 is a check. इसीलिए
Yeah.
A4 is also hanging. D5 is also hanging. Oh, actually, Praggnananhdaa has.
See, take. And now if you take here, I play Queen B4. And the main thing is if you don't take, this is hanging.
Oh, everything is defended for white. Bapre, this is losing for Praggnananhdaa.
By the way, Magnus has somehow managed to exchange the queens, which is a big result, nice thing for him, because now this should be a draw. Just one pawn for he has one pawn for an exchange.
still he'll have to show some effort.
Okay, draw game between Vidit and Hans Niemann has ended in a draw. Well, let's go to yeah, that has happened, Amruta. He took on a4 and played queen b4.
Resignation coming soon. No, not yet.
Here's the
He'll still
question
play.
to everyone in the chat. What is the winning move for white here? Ooh, that's happened, Amruta. He missed it.
What?
It's exactly the move I was asking. Queen,
Queen
e1.
E1.
And I don't know if anyone
Yeah,
found it.
Raghav Vig, Vishal Khombare, Samyak Srivastav. Here I am.
Here I am. This is me. There's nowhere in the world I would
Nowhere
rather
else.
be.
There's no.
Acha, nowhere else. In the world? Huh?
No, there's nowhere else.
Sure. It's a new
This
day.
is me.
A
Nowhere
new
else.
time.
Rather be. It's a new day. नहीं तो बहुत ही गलत गा रहे हो। मत गा।
So now, why is Praggnananhdaa lost, Amruta? Because he is 2 pawns down. Very simple to understand. Meanwhile, let's go and check the game
Hari's game.
of Hari.
Yeah, I'll come in a moment.
This is drawn, guys. This is not going to be winning. Acha, there is nowhere else I would rather be. Acha. Nowhere in the world nahi hai. There is nowhere else I would rather be. Here I am, so young and strong. Right here, peace and belong. Just look at Harakrishna, yeah. He's just put his head down. He's trying to figure out that is there a way to break this blockade? Because देखो कभी तो अगर आप समझो ये वाला exchange कर देते हो, seems like this pawn endgame should win for white because he's pawn up. But where is the entry point? There is no entry point. Even in worst case, let's say you give up a pawn here. I don't have the entry here. And he'll keep on moving his king back and forth. Van Foreest must be kicking himself as to why he was not able to win this position. Also, guys, beating Magnus, getting an advantage is one thing, but beating him is quite another. Yeah, Praggnananhdaa seems to be losing here completely. David Navarra is in control. This is an important game actually for Pragg. Push to h5. No, let me just check and
Yeah, the D pawn is just a simple passer. कुछ नहीं. I think Hari का भी draw हुआ, right? Magnus is still playing, so Van Forest is still trying.
Oh, Harakrishna drew, huh? Just happened now.
Uh,
That extra pawn didn't help.
how is Magnus doing? 1 second. What are the chances for black to actually convert? In fact, if black gets his king via c7, b6, c5. Okay, Magnus एक ही करने वाला है. Knight h3, knight f4. Yeah, black king is just coming to c4. Then what? Can you if you go in the king pawn end game, unfortunately bishop takes f4 mara, e takes f4, and then rook takes d5 would be winning, so you'll take g takes f4.
Yeah. Let's
No,
see.
then h4 is weak, Sagar. There are good chances.
Yeah, I think still Jorden has good chances. He's not going to draw this game. Let's go back to Praggnananhda's game. Opponent is methodically exchanging pieces and okay, pawn push, Amruta. This is not a good move now. I think Praggnananhdaa is back in the game with queen f2 check. Queen f2, king g4, queen g1 check. He's played it. Pragg is back. Pragg is back.
I can't believe such a position, Pragg is
And
able
bishop
to
f2.
save.
Bishop f2. He's putting pressure. Yeah, he's found it. Look at that. Look at David Navarra. He knows he's botched up a
But
great
queen
position.
f4, because king pawn in game would be lost. What's the plan? Sorry.
So
Queen f4.
here, take.
Queen g3, queen d4 check.
Yeah, check and win this.
No, it's
No.
supported.
Maybe queen c5.
Queen d4, queen g1 perpetuate.
I can put back. Yeah, sure. Chess Fabricas, thank you so much, Keith, for starting the chess chat moves again. Oh, he's blundered king g8, Amruta. He had to go king here, but it's too difficult to understand why. He also makes a mistake. Queen d8 was winning with the idea of queen c7 check and d7 defending this. Oof, that was. Queen e5. No, if only David could find this, and this to support.
David has 1 minute. Maybe he can.
Check. It's the same thing what we discussed.
No, but king was on h7 at that point. Does it make a difference? I don't know.
IPW Law, thank you for becoming booster of Indian chess. Thank you so much.
Also, if you look at Van Forest, he's like something like he's found something. But let's stick to this game.
But Amruta, what about king h3? And here, maybe that's fine. Yeah, like don't give up this pawn. Check here, king h3. Okay. Great comeback by Pragg. Yeah, like Amruta, he was just 2 pawns down and didn't have any chances, but he's kept on fighting. He's kept on giving new problems for David Navarra to solve on every move, and that has led to the mighty Navara falling down.
Hitesh Bhatia says, Sagar bhai, you are such an inspiration. It's so evident you are so tired. Yet you are supporting chess like a pillar. You're tired. A lot of people are saying that you need sleep.
Yeah.
I think.
No, I'll sleep for sure. Today there's also Hari versus Vidit, I think. Could be a nice game.
But you need to sleep. I have a great idea. What you can do is you can be on the stream, you can sleep on your chair, be completely still. Wdaya has to edit your open blinking. How is it?
Right.
कुशाल वार्ष्णे से सर अभी किंग्स इंडियन से एक चेकमेट करके आया हूँ एंड डांस का इमोजी.
Oh, he takes the pawn. I think Amruta, this is done. This is a draw. It's a
this is a
great
draw.
result for Pragg. I mean, it's still a pawn down, but it's very easy. And there.
No, but all the time, I mean, queen exchange का threat तो problematic है, right? So if white keeps his king on f6 or e7, okay, one move can change things here, and now I'm not so sure that how accurately you can keep playing this position.
Yeah, but I think the margin is quite okay here. What?
Somebody cracked a joke. जर डेव्हिड नवरा तर नवरी कोण आहे? It's a Marathi. Okay. Aki's channel says, I'm thinking of coming to Mumbai just because of your chess club.
Yeah, that would be great, Aki. Please
Yeah.
do think about coming.
Mad Max says COP was great. I watched full. इसके बाद कितने राउंड है सागर? इसके बाद कितने राउंड है?
आज 2 है और and कल 3, 5 rounds.
Okay. 2 and
No.
अभी तो हो गया ना सिंपल. क्वीन h5 को क्या हो रहा है बाय द वे?
No, just take. Yeah, queen h5 is also possible. But you can just take and then take on h5 and queen it this way. Yeah.
He takes it.
No nonsense approach by Praggnananhdaa.
David always has a smile on his face, no?
Yep.
Okay, that's a draw. What about... Okay, let us finish this first. Then let's go to Magnus game.
Yeah, this is a draw.
Okay, so let's see Magnus.
Because opposition is with black.
Movie Time says, is there Magnus versus Pragg happening today? It happened today, Movie Time.
Yeah.
You can go back to the stream. Okay, let me have a look at Magnus. Okay, this is Magnus. ये तो काफी close आया है. Van Forest, don't you think so? The same position with 3 pawns, Sagar. Rook is winning.
Yeah.
So with 4 pawns, does it make a change?
No, it should be winning for black, I think, but he's losing. He's lost a pawn.
Ah, he lost a pawn. Suppose king e6 right now. Trying. Okay, he plays e4. And the structure is fixed. Bishop g6 खेला तो king e6. He's trying to... No, there is still a square, so the bishop definitely has many more ways to travel. H5, King E6. In fact, if this would go in king pawn endgame when black king is here, still it's a draw, yeah? He's trying to go into a king pawn endgame, is it? Rook G6. Nothing.
He managed to
No,
draw.
this is a draw. This is
Yes.
it. Too good, man. How does he do that?
Somehow
What
he
it
managed.
depends. How?
Look
He
at Jorden, yeah, he's so
yeah.
upset. And also Pragg has saved his game, right?
Yeah. I mean, Magnus is so irritating for his opponents. Like, even if they get winning position, it's like, what to do?
Yeah, they have repeated and drawn. Magnus shaking his head because at some
Yeah.
point he was better, then he was totally losing. So not a good game that he could be proud of. He doesn't like when he plays games which are of low quality, Amruta.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter whether he wins or loses, he likes to keep up his quality. After all, he's the world champion. But a draw between Jorden Van Foreest and Magnus Carlsen. Amruta, how about looking at the scorecard and showing our viewers where we stand right now at the end of 10 rounds of this amazing Champions Chess Tour Charity Cup?
Quang Liem is on 24 points. Magnus Carlsen on second place with 20 points. Richard Rapport has actually climbed up on number 3 with 18 points. Duda has moved down to number 4, 16 points. Hans and Van Foreest share the 5th and 6th spot with 15 points each. Navara, Ding and Vidit on 14 points. Praggnananhdaa and Anton Gujaro on 13. Yeah, and there we have Harakrishna on 10, Hansen on 12.
Yeah.
Okay, that's the score here.
Let's go back, and guys, the next round about
Yes,
to
so
begin
take
in
some-
couple of minutes.
Why don't you get some rest?
Yeah, I'm fine. You want to take rest?
No.
It is a big game now because Praggnananhdaa takes on Richard Rapport, who is in great form. And also the other games are Harakrishna versus Wenjun and Duda versus Vidit. So all three very interesting games, and we are not going to miss it for anything in the world.
So, guys, which is the game you are most excited about right now? And maybe I can talk to the chat for a while.
Yeah, please.
How much time do we have?
2 minutes.
In 2 minutes, guys, what's up in your life? Something which is new, creative, maybe something exciting,
Boring also.
something boring, any plans, any new things. किसी का एग्जाम खत्म हो गया है, कोई फेल हो गया है, कोई पास हो गया, रिजल्ट तो इतने जल्दी आएंगे नहीं. Are you learning something new? Traveling dog says Sagar sir is great, right? He's tired, he goes into that sleep zone, closes his eyes, and as soon as he opens his eyes, he knows what's happening at that moment of the game. Just amazing. Wow. But ये तो सबका है कि David Navarra looks like Stephen Hawking. PD versus Duda के लिए people are excited. CA फाउंडेशन में अटेम्प्ट जून हो गया, अब 1 महीने और पढ़ना पड़ेगा. प्रियांशु सेज अच्छा पोस्टपोन भी होता है क्या ऐसे एग्जाम कोविड के बाद भी? Naman says the whole day was spent with Sagar sir and Samay. COB is going awesome. Faisal says I got job from Amazon London but have plans for masters at Canada. Too confused what to do.
We have this one book in which it's like pros and cons you must write and then take a damn decision. That's the name of the book. So maybe that is useful for you.
Prince Dev says just finished office miss COB games, will catch up soon.
Good idea.
Ajay says I just came down and watching my bike tire burst. Crying emojis. Oh, sad. Ashish says exam chal raha hai, ma'am.
All the best,
Digambar
Ashish.
says going to meet my girlfriend after 2 years almost. Very nice. Nikita says, can you please recommend any books that a teenager must read? Book reader. Sagar.
I can't think right now.
Okay, maybe you can start with Atomic Habits, though. That is a all age, all time book for sure.
So Praggnananhdaa takes on Richard Rapport.
Bhargav says purchase Boris Avrukh QGD book. Looking forward to study. Oh, awesome. वो तो बहुत ही focus से you'll have to study. Otherwise you'll get confused.
I think everyone looks very tired, no, today? Look at Harakrishna there.
Maybe all of
Looks
them
very
are watching COB. Dushyant Morwal says, currently in first year of college, confused about career. Parents think I'm wasting time on chess. I spend around 2 hours maximum a day. Is it okay to spend time like this?
I think Hari has some headache, yeah? Look at him.
Yeah.
He's
Oh,
not feeling well, for sure.
yeah. Maybe he's sleepy. Oh, maybe
No,
he has
he's...
a baby. No, it's
No,
possible that
he's
he
in
couldn't.
Europe. He's in Europe, so it's not late night right now there.
Acha.
It is 8 p.m. there.
Virat Singh says, I have a chance representing my state in nationals, USA. Awesome.
All the best, Viraj. And by the way, the games that we have been looking at is Vidit, Duda, Rapport, Praggnananhdaa, and Wenjun, Harakrishna. These are some interesting games to look at.
And Jitendra says completing masters in Germany. Soon would be back to India. ठीक है. सो काफी सारा अपडेट मिल गया है. काफी सारा क्या क्या चल रहा है इन पीपल्स लाइफ. रोहन से सागर भाई सोमया कॉलेज में कोई चेस क्लब रखना. Today only we met a few.
Yeah, we walked today in Somaya College for a bit.
And we met a few people.
Okay, Harakrishna's game has started
Okay, let's
against
start.
the world champion Wenjun. So d4 by Wenjun, and Harakrishna goes d5, c4, e6, queen's gambit declined, knight f3, a6, cd, ed. This has happened, and let's see. I think a very crucial 2 rounds now, Amruta, for today to determine who is going to qualify to the top 8, because
And they need to score.
yeah, all
It's
of them are in
important.
with a good chance. Vidit has good chance. Pragg has good chance. If we just look at our scorecard, we'll see that they are all on 9, 10, 13. So 10 points for Hari, 13 for Pragg, 14 for Vidit. So if all of them can win a couple of games, that would give them a very good chance. So here, by the way, see the difference between Hari and Vidit was that when Vidit faced Wenjun, he went for a very risky line, the Dutch stone wall. While Hari has gone for a more solid A6 variation in the QGD. So let's see if Hari is able to score this important win here. But it seems like he's going for solid play right now. He's not trying to outwit her in the opening or anything. Meanwhile, Richard Rapport against Praggnananhdaa has started, and as always, Richard Rapport.
C6? He thought maybe it's Karo Khan. E4.
Yeah, I mean, if you go E4, he would have been okay with Karo Khan. If you go C4, he would be okay with
Slav.
Slav.
So, D4, but D4, C6, knight F3, knight F6 is a little bit tricky move order when you are very good in preparation. So
Yeah.
it is going to take some while for Praggnananhdaa to think of how to get out.
By the way, Vidit has gone for a very smart choice against Duda because Duda is such a dynamic player. He decided to take, which is the exchange Slav. And guys, exchange Slav khelna might be a smart decision against a player like Jan-Krzysztof Duda. And okay, if Vidit played bishop d3 here, then he's playing this for a draw. But he went bishop b5, which is an ambitious way to go. Knight d7, castles, rook c8, rook c1, bishop e7, and knight to a4. So typical idea here, guys, to go knight c5, and Duda
What?
goes g5. He's like, Vidit,
Oh,
I'm going to go all out against you. Vidit plays instantly bishop e5. You can take once here, but you can't take twice because then there is a pin here. So f6 played, blocking the rook's path. Now the bishop must drop back.
but in
Amruta,
H5. What, Amruta?
Amruta, this is getting interesting and
Yeah,
exciting.
H4.
Exchange Slav. You never really thought that
Yeah.
something like this, but Duda is Duda. He loves to play this way, and he's playing so fast. But the engine's already saying that Vidit has a nearly close to decisive edge.
What are you saying?
Because see, here you can get knight from here to here. Also, at the right moment, if you can break with f3, sorry, not f4, f3, that would mean something.
Yeah, because Black's king is very weak. I mean, it is going to be, right? I don't see a way that it's going to be safe on f7. You think so?
Yeah, exactly. I don't know. I feel like Vidit's opening choice was smart because exchange Slav works well against players like Duda. You see Duda there, not so happy with his opening choice. I think he got confused between some line. Also,
But
Amruta, look
what
at
is
this.
he thinking right now?
91.
92 or 90?
हाँ वही उसमें ही वो confused है this or this. But let's say 91, you go a6. Now I play bishop d3, and then after take, my knight is coming to f4 or c5, and I love this position for white.
Me too. And f3 break is going to also happen, I think, at some point. Knight f4 I prefer because the h5 पे भी weakness है, and while d5 e6 structure पे भी है. So knight on f4 is a monster.
But Vidit went knight d2, and now Duda went queen a5, attacking the bishop.
Do you want to go queen e2 here because you don't have bishop d3? So basically in the last variation after knight e1, what you tried to show is you can exchange the light square bishops, and then the light squares are becoming really weak, even the pawns which are on the light squares. Yeah, so that would have been maybe much smooth. Anyway, here also you can play queen e2.
For sure.
And then here the style of play will be different. You can go f3, and e4 would not be so easy.
Yeah, this will also come at the right
But
time.
Black king is in a mess, yeah, and that is an unsolvable issue. It's like दूर दूर तक कुछ नहीं है.
By the way, Pragg and Richard Rapport have gone into this. Can you guess what Rapport played here, Amruta? Black
d5, d6, g6,
No, this is all for
queen
little kids.
a5.
I want to
e5
ask the
तो नहीं
chat.
खेलेगा यार.
Chat, what should Black play? What do you think Black played here?
Upasna Datta says Sagar is really good enough for Black.
But what? How can Black play the reti? It's white, knight f3, g3, bg2. If you play knight f6, g6, bg7 castles, sometimes it can be King's Indian.
Oh. इस पे रखो माउस b5 पे. हेलो.
Yeah.
हसन इमाम, सुधांशु त्रिपति, देविल स्ट्राइडेंट, विभव गोयल, अनुकुल जैन, तन्मय मदान, यश प्रताप, साइकित रे, गौतम वाईटी, जय परदेशी.
Yeah, this is again a typical Rapport style of play. He has gone for the move b5 here. Pragg played e3, takes, e6, castles, bishop e7, castles, queen e2, and maybe now comes d5 with the idea of later c5. Let's see.
Yeah, but I think Praggnananhdaa is going to get advantage here slowly and steadily. The Rapport is though not thinking only, whereas Pragg is down to 11 minutes.
Yeah, it's okay.
95 f4, do you want to play in that Stonewall style? Or c5 would be just too dangerous. Bishop a6 is the threat, no? After e5, you want to exchange that light square bishop.
Yeah, it's a threat about which you can't do much. So maybe b3, bishop d2, knight a4.
e4, he directly opens up.
Yeah, let's go to
Yes.
the game of Vidit
Hmm.
and see what had happened there. After queen a5, he went knight c3, king f7. He brought his bishop back to e2, which is maybe slightly.
Why not f3? I would definitely consider f3.
Yeah, f3. Not bad. G takes, maybe queen takes.
Not really. Actually, gf3 means you also get rook g8 and then king h2 ko dono ka king exposed hai. Got it.
But here, Amruta, the move that engines loved was e4.
That's another suggestion.
And if you take here,
knight d4 because d4 is protected.
e4.
Oh. Hey, bishop takes.
Sorry. If queen d8. And now d5. And I think you just. So e4 was nice move, yeah?
Must move.
And bishop e2, bishop g6. Let's see now how white continues. Maybe knight b3.
अभी भी e4 खेला, suppose to takes knight c4. Same idea, no? You can still go for e4.
No, I think.
No, knight d4 होगा because now you are no more attacking the f5 bishop.
Okay, let's go to Pragg's game.
Chris Kynes asks, Sagar, which is the best game of today so far in your opinion?
Tough to say. I think we saw so many games, but I liked particularly the game of Carlsen Praggnananhdaa. It was very cool. And also Vidit Wenjun was nice.
I like how Magnus defended.
Yeah, with Jorden, right?
Yeah. Okay, rook a6 पे अभी Sagar, do you want to go e5 here and kind of commit to the center, or you maybe I think e5 would be definitely something I'll try.
Yeah.
The knight goes back.
Second number.
Yes, please, yes.
Let's look at this Vidit's game, Amruta. Vidit just totally crushing it here. Knight b3. If he wins this, that would be a big upset. I mean, he has been having a tough time with Duda. So winning this would be very important for him. I'll be back in 2 minutes. Lord Pegasus, thank you.
Lord Pegasus, thank you so much for becoming the backer of Indian chess and supporting the players. That's very nice. Okay, f3 break has happened in the game finally. 1 second, guys. Let me little bit here. ठीक है, ये तो look at this. There is a king, there is a rook already we have to be alert ki pin, discos, everything is going to be possible. This is hanging right now. F5. Oh my god. All the Vidit plays queen e1 without any thought. And this is not a very common move. Itna immediately he could play this. Okay. Because h4 was attacked and that was the only way to defend. I got it. Now maybe right now with its idea would be again to go knight a4, knight c5, and at the right time take a break on e4. e6 is also going to be weak. I think surely at some point there is going to be a sack for compensation, 2 or 3 pawns maybe, something like that. Let's see if this prediction actually happens. Kristano Christoph Duda is now thinking after some time, because he had 14 minutes, if you were aware, and he had really taken very less time actually. Alark says, are you both planning to come to Ahmedabad to cover GM tournament, or someone else will come? Definitely have Aditya from our team in Gujarat, he'll be there. We are not sure about us yet. ठीक है. Duda is thinking that's a good thing because the time difference is going to be low. Maybe he's thinking of removing the king from this F file. That would be irritating. And right now, Vidit would again try to get his knight either of the square. That is the prediction. If he tries to capture this, it would be a bad idea because G4 and then H4 would be lost. So that would not even be the consideration. A very quick ice cream?
Oh, maybe. Oh, F3 happened, Amruta?
Yes. He played knight b5. So this was predicted. One of the squares, the knight has to go, and knight d6 is the threat now, because after bishop takes d6, the dark squares are going to be weaker and there will be lesser pressure on h4. So knight d6 is definitely one of the idea. What happened?
But this f3 move, don't you think it weakens a bit or not?
No, he had to play that because h4 was attacked after f5. So it was kind of a forced idea when he went for f3 that he had to go queen e1.
So
queen f8 is not a good move right now. Because Vidit can go knight c7 and attack this pawn on e6.
But queen f7?
And let's say you go queen f7 here.
Yeah. e4 or what?
Oh my god. Okay guys, I am going to ask you, what can white play? It's a very creative move. So let me see if anybody can find.
e4.
I mean, there are a number of moves, but if you are able to spot that move.
I like e4 so much.
You like e4 here?
No, e4, f4. Man.
We will have a look at that as well. But there is a very nice move. Sagar, it's creative. It's beautiful. क्या हो रहा है आगे वो अलग बात है, but something which is related with, look, right now you want to put more pressure here.
Wow, very nice.
You got it?
Bishop a6.
Yes.
Did anyone find it?
Let me see. Divyam Gupta, Jay Maheshwari, Novak Djokovic. Djokovic अभी chess खेलने लगा है क्या? Rohan Balasubramaniam and slightly scatty. Bishop a6, because you are actually attacking this pawn here. ba6 would be completely devastating after rook takes c6. This is attacked. Knight e6 is the threat. And let's say if you kind of move your king away, then there is fg4 now. If you take with the pawn here, it's fine. You simply take the pawn on e6. You have won the pawn, plus you have a very active rook. So it was a beautiful idea. Such ideas you have to be alert for. So queen f7. What happened in the game was he played knight c5 and not knight c7.
Okay.
This is what he went. Still, this is attack.
Knight c5 is nice move. Because b7 under pressure, e6 under pressure, so you have to take it.
Correct. He took it.
Pawn
takes.
and now knight can come to d6.
Right. But the question is, firstly, what happens for bishop takes
What?
c5?
No, queen c3 check and you lose the piece.
Yeah, exactly. So you can't take here. He played queen f6 here.
Okay.
Anyway, with it went knight d6.
So now if bishop d6, bishop d6, and if queen takes b2, then rook b1 should be very strong, yeah? b7 is
Oh, yeah. And you can actually feel the pinch to the king.
yeah.
इतना दिन से ये किया था. By the way, look at this.
I think it's forced, right, to take, or can you go rook b8? But then this bishop is attacking, so can we take advantage of it?
हाँ, discovery ना कुछ तो knight, but knight f5 तो नहीं,
Some
definitely
e4 stuff.
E4
E4 को हमेशा f4 is a little bit.
Yeah, e4. No, e4 ko, let's say if you go f4, then it's bad because then you have fg4 and this is hanging. So e4 ko, the problem would be first gf3. If you go rook f3, yeah, it's I mean some calculations have to be done.
I mean
Then
e4 is such a
and then
move.
d4.
E4 is such a move that you play and you lose the advantage.
Yeah,
Which
it's all
looks-
the time tempting. True.
So did he? I don't think he should give up his bishop here.
No, what he
Duda.
played, actually he didn't play bishop d6, he played something else.
He
Or
played
what?
rook
Rook
c
c8.
f8. But does
Yeah.
that not lose the b7 pawn, or he's okay with to give it up? I mean, knight b7 possible to play. But look at this. He played b4. Wow. And Vidit is going all out against Duda. If you look at his expressions, Amruta, Vidit here, he is so focused, and Duda is not at all happy with his position. He's like, where have I gotten into here? Vidit is really putting pressure on me from b5 to knight b7 to all sorts of things. So clearly Jan-Krzysztof Duda under big stress against Vidit Gujrathi, and this might be, and he's shaking his head. Let's quickly check what's up with Praggnananhdaa against Richard Rapport. I think this position would end in a draw, but I think, Amruta, look at this. I take here on d8, you take on e2, I go rook c8, you take here, I take here, you go rook e8. Now I take, and this endgame, if someone is better, it is white, because his king is reaching faster here. So maybe a small edge for Pragg in this endgame. Let's see if he goes for it. And going to Pentala Harakrishna's game against Wenjun, it's an interesting position here as well, and I have a feeling.
How many points is Wenjun on?
Wenjun has managed to score 5 points.
Wow.
She beat actually Jan-Krzysztof Duda, and she drew with Foreest and also with Tingjie. And Tingjie is on 2 points. Tingjie.
Got it. So she's playing well. And Mayur, game is going on and you're saying good night.
Oh, by the way, Magnus Carlsen is under pressure against Anton Guyaro. So Anton
You know, when
David,
Magnus is under pressure, he actually gives pressure to his opponent because opponent को pressure आता है कि भाई मैं जीतूंगा कि नहीं ये game.
but फिर भी, let's have Magnus on the screen, guys, so that we can see. His opponent is Anton Guyaro. We haven't had him on the video many times, so let's have him as well. And there you have him and Magnus there. Actually, this video frame looks like some kind of a commercial for people who are a little bit ill, if you think. Because if you look at all the players, like they all have their hand, and it's not even that they're thinking. Like look at Duda, he's
Nee,
like,
but Magnus is very unhappy with his position.
I know, but look at Duda, he's like, hi, and look at Richard Rapport.
And
He's
हरी
also-
को तो देखो, हरी
हरी
तो
is-
मतलब ऐसा
So
लग रहा है
today-
कैमरा हैंग हो गया है. Okay, at least he moved. Got it.
everyone is looking a little dejected. Like,
मैग्नस के घर पे धूप आ रहा है.
see, I am all for chess players being serious and putting this, but this is not just serious. They are a little tired, it seems to me.
Richard Rapport is in his dream world, it seems.
Look at late Tingjie is king. King is doing the duty of stopping the pawn. The king is like, oh, hi, please don't become a queen. What happened? Yeah, you should have castle shot. Like if there was some uncle or you know that building wale uncle, he was like, क्या बेटा कैसल कर लेना चाहिए था जब चांस था तब नहीं किया ना नहीं सुना ना हमारी बात हो गया
ये
फिर
क्या ओपनिंग कैसे आया हंस ना ओके
it was a Sicilian Alpine. But okay, let's go to the game of Vidit. No, this is Pragg. Let's go to Vidit. Okay, so b4 he took Vidit took with the bishop knight e5, and now Vidit could have saved his bishop back with bishop e2, but instead he played queen c3. Okay.
By the way, we have a super chat by Bilal Mulani. He says, "Hi Sagar bhai, since Karyakin is out, is Ding the favorite to replace him for candidates or someone else?"
I think because Karyakin qualified from World Cup spot, right? So maybe they will have the World Cup finisher who might be third, perhaps, over there. Because first was Duda, second was Karyakin, third was Magnus, and I think fourth was Fedosiv. So maybe Fedosiv gets a chance. We'll have to see. I mean, it must be FIDE rules, yeah, somehow.
Oh, by the way, Wenjun and Harakrishna, they have a draw right
Oh,
now.
they drew.
And yes.
That's good.
But
for
very
Wenjun.
quickly, we can also check Vidit's game because he's played
Vidit's game.
F4.
Wow, F4. What is happening, Amruta? F4. This Duda is just now spinning, you know, like that. He's spinning the wheel here. Knight d3, and he's forking these two
But you
pieces.
don't want to exchange the queens, na?
Why not? Why not? You're pawn up.
Good.
Oh, look at this move.
Very
Very nice move. Because यहाँ पे, if you take here,
Yeah. Exactly. Look.
you lose your advantage because of the
True.
fork here. Sorry, this one.
Fork वैसा तो नहीं है. You're not losing material. You can
Yeah, but the
हाँ,
main
H4 is
point
also
is,
hanging.
why don't we go bishop g5, hitting the queen, you must
Nice
take,
move.
and I save my rook also. So I think Vidit can find this move.
One second. Don't end the calculation.
Oh, he played.
Yeah, because after queen c3, rook c3, bishop g5 is one consideration.
Okay,
No?
take. See, I'm pawn up.
B7
is hanging.
That's why.
I think Vidit is very close to winning,
Oh.
and Vidit knows it. If you look at him on the video, he's like, तुम तो जीत रहा है ये गेम.
Yeah.
ये तो गेम अपना है.
So actually right now it's pretty forcing. You take on g5, hg5. Now b7 is hanging. That's why you have to go rook b8 or rook f7. I mean, let's say rook f7. Okay, can you play that?
Rook f7 तो free है ना.
Bishop g. Oh, तो फिर
rook
rook b8
b8
is the only move at that point. And यहाँ पे you play something which is
b5 and c6 b5.
yeah. That pawn is unstoppable. c6, c7, c8, queen.
Also, now look, yeah, this is very strong. So you go rook d8, and now this bishop is defending this knight. So deflection क्या करेंगे?
Bishop h5.
Yes. And then if you go bishop e2, hoping for this.
Rook f7.
Yes, the rook gets it. So although it's not over yet, here
Rook d2.
threatening this.
Okay. But if you take it, then rook f6 check है. बीच में नहीं. पहले rook f6 check
But
दे.
then king g5. So
अच्छा.
take
King.
here, and white wins. Too many pawns, no? 1, 2, 3. 2 points.
Got it.
Okay, meanwhile, Praggnananhdaa. Pragg didn't go for that endgame, Amruta, after rook d8. Sorry, he went queen b5, queen a8, rook c7, h6, rook c1. Funny Verma has something here. As per FIDE regulations, okay, Funny Verma, one second, let me. As per FIDE regulations, the highest rated player in May 22 rating list who has also played at least 30 games rated in the rating list from June 2021 to May 22 should be invited as replacement. Ooh. Does that because Tingjie I don't think has played 30 games.
नहीं तो those who played World Rapid and Blitz उनका तो 30 हो
नहीं
जाएगा
classical
ना?
classical.
Classical.
So
ऐसा कुछ
maybe-
नहीं लिखा है उसमें classical. I don't think COVID में
अरे but
classical.
tournament is classical, so it is classical rating.
Yeah, but COVID में 30.
Moneymaker says Ding needs to play 26 classical games in 2-3 months. Oh, that's he might go and he might come to
India, Guwahati and
he might
sorry,
come to Ahmedabad.
Gujarat and Nashik. Nashik में नहीं, Ahmedabad. Yeah. We need to send him an
Oh, let's invite him. Top seed of the tournament, Ding
But then
Lijen.
ये भी रहेगा ना
Second seed,
rating.
Pavel Ponkato.
सागर, rating minimum requirement रहेगा ना.
But he might
Once
not
you come
lose
to
rating.
India, it's very
I don't think he will lose rating.
Look, what people say about many of the players is generally you do social work in India. What does it mean when you come here? You play, you distribute your rating.
I don't think that Ding will have to distribute his rating. I mean, come on, if he plays here, he'll win
No,
those
it's not
events.
easy because you're not used to playing these events. It requires a different kind of psychology. Even for Ding also, it will be very difficult.
Maybe Anish has some chance, no? There or someone else might be higher rated than him there. We have to check. 1 second, guys. This is important, interesting
But
stuff.
after this
He goes
game,
rook at 7. Yeah, well, let's discuss in the break. Why not just snatch this pawn? Is there some trap? Snatch this. b5. Vidit is like, भाई ये pawn को अपन queen करते हैं. Simple chess. Vidit Gujrathi in full flow. Appuroop Kumar, thank you for becoming backer of Indian chess.
ओहो पर अभी तुमने वो खाया ना खरबूज दोनों
अच्छा पूछा क्यों?
मुझे लगा खरबूज रख दोगे ठीक है आज के दिन
Ding, Wesley or Levon? Right. Oh, Wesley is also there, correct.
Yeah, I'm not leaving this good game. Wait a second.
After the game. Oh, by the way, Pragg in some trouble or what? After rook d8, rook b7, rook e7, check, rook e1, takes, queen d5. Okay, maybe it's just drawn, yeah. Just take this and take this. King
Yeah.
f1, king e2. Meanwhile,
What about
Jan-Krzysztof Duda, I think is going to resign there. Look at him. He's saying that,
Yeah.
oh God, where have I landed into here? There is nothing much to do here.
मतलब this G5 was really a
Yeah.
bad opening idea because it should be opening idea, right? It can't be
Something he
like a
mixed up.
preparation.
He mixed up moves. We'll check
Acha,
on ChessBase.
okay.
And also, Amruta, I want to see how Vidit reacts when Duda, I think, resigns.
Also look at this in time pressure. Everybody is not like this because हाथ fast चाहिए उनको. So इसके लिए they are very much alert. Time pressure. Yeah, Duda is soon going to resign. नहीं यार, Duda will not resign early.
He's a fighter, but
generally a
what to
fighter.
fight? Like, what to fight for? This, say, for example, you go rook d8. I can still go c6, take, c7 and c8 queen.
Pritesh Chandra says with it beating both Rapport and Duda. Let's go.
Yes. Good event for Vidit. Actually, day 1 was good. Day 2 was not so good. And then day 3 has been good. King g8, c6.
David Stratton says new keyboard is sounding nice.
Exactly. I also like. It feels like you are doing a lot of work. Knight b5. Nikalo. No one should blockade.
Akshay P says Vidit in Tukra ke mera pyar mode.
What?
Akshay P. Tukra ke mera pyar mode.
Means what? Is that a song?
Nimit Sharma says please check David Navarra game.
David Navarra versus Jorden. Acha. Crazy. White is winning though.
जल्दी दिखाओ ना.
नहीं इधर जीत रहा है ना white. Jorden is winning. Pragg, okay, holding here. What is Duda going to do? That's the question here. Because if he moves this rook away, c7, pawn push, and then eventually knight d6. And 2 minutes 28 seconds for Duda. Vidit is so focused, he's not letting his eyesight off the board. You know, he's like, today I don't want to let this go.
Kappa says Quang won again. What a performance from him.
Wow. Yeah, he beat Eric Hansen.
इधर देखो ना वो d5 and e6 pawns they just can't move.
He resigned.
Oh,
He
Vidit
resigned.
wins. Awesome.
Gujrathi has won his game, but no reaction from Vidit.
And it was so smooth, right? Like एकदम शांति से था.
Yeah, Vidit is like, okay, yeah, I expected that kind of a thing. And by the way, guys, I think Vidit's opening choice was very smart. Taking CD, very smart decision against Duda. And I guess the main point was this idea with G5 just somehow did not work out for him. Or maybe he forgot that there could rook G8 might be the line. Like rook G8 here. F6 and then this just limits everything because you need F6 square for your pieces. Also H4 attack.
So he mixed up.
Maybe something mixed up somewhere.
Got it.
Let's go to Pragg game against Rapport. So with this victory, guys, moves up the ladder. Just very quickly seeing the scorecard, he is now up to 5th position. Although some games are still going on.
Yeah.
We'll see what will happen there. But 5th is a very good position for Vidit. One more game today, Vidit versus Harakrishna, Amruta.
Acha, is that the last round?
Yes.
So ये night end game में they say, Sagar, have you heard that night end games are like pawn end games, king pawn end games, something like that?
Yeah, I've heard.
So in that case, white should be having slight edge here. Practically, I mean. Engine तो जाने दो.
थोड़ा बहुत तो लग रहा है white का king active है इसके लिए.
So Praggnananhdaa will try.
Yes.
Awesome.
Meanwhile, Magnus Carlsen is still under pressure because this passed pawn against David Anton Guyaro.
Seems like David will beat him. I remember very initially when this had started CCT, at that point David was playing really well in one of the tournaments.
Okay, keeps the queen on the board. Magnus is like, please exchange. I'm okay to go into an endgame.
Dark Morning says even Anish can qualify via rating if he plays well in Grand Prix. Because if Arunian qualifies via Grand Prix.
Yeah, very good point. Very good point. So many permutations there. And it becomes interesting. I remember in 2017, for the 2018 candidates, there were so many permutations of the rating. Oh, they drew. He drew. Oh, maybe he was not aware that it's a threefold repetition there. Or was he? Because he had an advantage here. He could have pressed on somehow, but he didn't find a way. Okay, let's go to Rapport game. And is Richard Rapport going to agree to a draw with young Pragg? because the last few moves have been some sort of repetition. Guys, stay tuned, stay with us. It's been a long day for us. COB started at 5 p.m. There was some tech checks and all from 3:34, and then went on till 10. Then we had this from 10:30. It is now 1:10, but we have Vidit versus Harakrishna in the last round, and we want to see the game between India number 2 and India number 3. That would be so much fun, and if you guys can stay back and watch it with us, we'll have great fun. We'll enjoy. Knight b2. Pragg is fighting on. What about rook a3 here? Trying to put pressure here. Maybe just knight c4. Yes, Kunal Lalwani, we know this rule. Heath Kothari 1:30. It will start with it versus Harakrishna in 18 minutes from now. Actually, games in this round ended pretty soon. Yeah, some of the games, it seems to me. He went rook a3, knight c4. Look at Richard Rapport, right? He looks so. He has this very nice hairstyle. And he doesn't want to draw with Praggnananhdaa. Look at this. He's like, oh, should I draw? I want to fight on. I'm higher rated than him. He's just a kid. What should I do? Should I play on? These are all the expressions on his face. Karthik Rajendra says, Sagar, when is the tournament in Ahmedabad? Go to chessbase.in/calendar, and in the month of March, at the end of it, you will find. Draw incoming. Pragg gets a draw against Richard Rapport. Good play by Praggnananhdaa. Very solid play. Holding one of the top grandmasters in the world to a draw, who's recently won the FIDE Grand Prix. Fantastic job by him. So, any other games that are in progress? Not really, yeah. All are over. Baapre. Fatapat ho gaya sab. Hans Niemann beat Tingjie. Richard Rapport drew with Praggnananhdaa. Jorden van Foreest beat David Navarra. Carlsen drew with Anton. Tingjie won against Gawain Jones. Some pawn and game here. Pawn and game. He calculated it out. Guys, protected passer very strong always, because then you can give it up and you can win other pawns. Nice. Eric Hansen, Quang Liem beat Eric Hansen. Harakrishna drew Wenjun, and Vidit Gujrathi beat Jan-Krzysztof Duda. Yeah, we wanted to see if Vidit's opening was some sort of a misprep by his opponent.
Maybe you can take some rest, no? 15 minutes you have.
Yeah, I'm fine. Yeah, you can talk Amruta with the chat.
Chat. What? What's how many of you love ice creams? Because summer is coming.
Standings. They want to see standings, Amruta.
Dekh lo standings. Quang is on 27. So actually Carlsen is on 21. It's not easy for Carlsen to catch Quang, right? Seems difficult today. Rapport is on 3rd place with 19. Hans is playing well. He's on 18. And Van Foreest also. Vidit is on 7th rank. So basically, yeah, that's a good catch up.
Yeah.
Good catch up.
Pragg also has reality.
Yeah, exactly. He's on 14. So with one win, he can move to 17. Hey, you can't just discard कि नहीं है कुछ भी chance. For sure. Okay. Vaibhav Baldeva says Shrikhanda is better. Shashwat Dubey likes butterscotch ice cream. At which point would you say, Sagar, one of our young players would be playing candidate?
Next one.
Next one, yeah?
I think one Indian should be there by the next candidates, I think.
What's the Kappa asks what's the yellow shown for CCT? Is it some online rating they calculate?
Isn't it classical rating?
Seems very much off OTB ratings. Acha. Not sure. But everybody has started writing in the chat which flavor of ice cream they are liking. Chocobar. Actually, बचपन में सागर 10 रुपए में सॉफ्टी मिलता था कोन में. खाया है तुमने?
हाँ, for sure.
मजा आता था ना वो वाला. It was great.
Actually, this game of Vidit that I'm checking
Yeah.
had a few games there.
Oh, ये हुआ है already H4.
But not very strong players, like, players who have played by 2400 and so. But the main move here has been castles. But he went g5 here. Bishop e5 and rook g8 was played in one of the games, which I think is a much better move than f6. But just pick this call, and Amruta, you can talk to us.
Sagar is telling me I can talk, so I am talking. Gaurav says gulab jam with softie. Oh my god, I've never tried it. Ajay says best was 3 रुपए की कुल्फी. अरे वाह, 3 रुपए में कुल्फी, that's great. Ayush Shah says just an idea for future chess club events. Team Sagar versus Team Amruta 50-year side. Okay, that's a good idea. Actually, we had a tournament in our marriage, so maybe re-tournament can be a good idea. Why not? Yeah, सागर को इतनी रात को किसका फोन आता है? Obviously, guys, can you not guess? और एक ही हो सकता है वो. तो यहाँ पे सागर said that rook g8 was played in one of the games, and instead of g5, the main move, but still very less games. Yeah, guys, look, you are so right. Obviously, समय का फोन आया है. एक जन ने भी गलत आंसर नहीं दिया. मतलब इतने स्मार्ट हो, और जब कोई चेस का मूव बोलता है तो कितने सारे वेरिएशन रहते हैं, कितने सारे आंसर रहते हैं. यहाँ पे नहीं, एवरीबडी नोज. ठीक है, so instead of g5, Sagar said castle is the other move which was played, but still it was played by Tore, Dolmatov, Solovynchenko, but not a very popular thing. If I go back, and I'm still trying to go back, in this position rook c8 was played in 93 games. Okay, and knight a4, and already if you see this, I don't know, are you able to see the screen? Yes, Already, if you see knight a4 39, knight e5 37, h3 19 games, bishop d3 16 games have been played, bishop c6 15 games. So many moves have been played here. Like these, after rook c8, these 93 games have been divided into so many different candidate moves for white. So pretty much of a fresh position for Duda. Okay, let's go to. So until Sagar comes, guys, you can tell me what else is going on. Are you guys which time control do you guys play when you play online? Like for sure you guys would be playing online, I believe. So do you like bullet chess? Do you like 3+2? Do you like 5+2 or longer games? What is the time control? You like increment or no increment? 2+1, 10+0, rapid, 10+0, 10+0. अरे 10+0 वाले बहुत लोग हैं इधर. 10+5, oh that would be a long game, विराज. Rapid. बुलेट के लिए पहला बंदा मिला, वेदांत. Nice. Okay, this is very good that you guys are playing these longer games, because it is very important to play anything about 5 minutes so that you are able to seriously think. Nice. Okay, let's try to see. Navara ke game dekho. That's what a few people had mentioned. Navara played this round with whom? Van Forest. Oh, look at this last queen c5 check. Okay, this is winning. Why? What happened? Was it like a crazy game? Oh yeah, it was. Very quickly, let us have a look at it. We have 5 minutes still. Bishop c4, bishop c5. We have Gaiko piano here. c3, d4, the open variation. Bishop b4, knight b d2, knight e4. काफी theory है ये. d5, knight d2, bishop d2, bishop d2, queen d2. And now knight e7 he went. Long castle. Okay. So white is a pawn down, but clearly the compensation is space. You can see the space here because these pawns have not moved at all. And development, because the rooks are already connected, whereas this bishop is yet to move, queen is yet to move, and for the bishop to also move one more pawn. So 3 moves to complete the development. He played d6. White begins already h4. Maybe in a normal situation there would be a pawn on c2, but this is the pawn which right now is absent for in return for the compensation. h5, rook g1. A big plan is very clean. You can see the flow is so natural. g4, g5 खेलना ही है. c6 kind of you feel a little bit suffocated. ऐसा लगता है यार इधर भी कुछ शुरू करना है. This king will be exposed, so you start. But c6 के बाद he has completely ignored it, not caring about it. g4, f6 was played. Even if you play c takes d5, you don't need to take this. In fact, this would be a really bad move because knight d5, and if you play queen d5 here, bishop e6 would simply be over in a way. So not that, but the good idea would be after c takes d5, you can actually ignore and go bishop d3. You can have a look at this diagonal, and there are ways you can get the bishop back. c2, b1, queen on this diagonal, and it will not be possible to defend this so easily. That's a very nice pawn sacrifice here, but looking at the game very quickly, g4, f6, knight d4. Ooh, quite a lot of weaknesses here. The light squares. He went c5, knight e2, rook b8, bishop b3. Maybe there were certain better possibilities for white, but nevertheless, he still has a great position. Black is trying to stop queen d3 right now. f4. He went f4 here. I would have seriously tried to consider this idea, trying to get the queen on the diagonal as soon as possible. f4, b4. Now it's become a race. In fact, black is trying to gain counterplay. g5, b3. Oh, 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 super crazy. gh6. Arey baapre, ye diya. He's given a piece sacrifice, that to that very nice bishop. So he must have calculated something. H takes g7 right now, 2 pawns. Rook f7 was a mistake. It was important to go rook e8. There were only two choices. And after rook e8, h6, let's say, with the idea of h7, h8, you can stop the pawn, bishop f5, anyway h7, bishop h7, and does this work? Rook h7, king h7, queen c2 check, then there is king g8, and you don't have anything immediately because you can't go rook h1, this would be hanging. So maybe better idea would be to go queen e3. Well, it would get a little complicated. So this was something black should have chosen. He played rook f7, which is a blunder. After h6, bishop f5. Now, what happened was h7, bishop h7, rook h7. In the same variation, the rook was on f7 instead of e8. So let's see what difference it makes. Knight d4, king g8, and now queen h2. So rook takes g7 here. Rook takes g7 was played. Rook g7, king g7, and knight e6 check. He wins the queen here. Check, check. And yeah, this would be not difficult to convert. That is how Van Foreest won against Navara. Good game. Yes, and we have seen the game. What happened? Sagar, are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. Guys, last game of the day. We have Vidit Gujrathi taking on Pentala Harakrishna. Very exciting, very exciting. And Amruta, who is Praggnananhdaa going to take on? Praggnananhdaa is going to play against Tingjie. क्या लगता है चैट, क्या क्या लगता है कि what will happen between Vidit and Hari? Amruta, what is your feeling? Because Vidit
Who is
has
white?
white
Hari is
pieces, I
white.
think. Oh, Hari has
Draw.
white.
Draw.
Draw. Chat. Let's ask the chat in our
Poll.
poll. I think the last poll chat was not correct because they thought Praggnananhdaa will beat Carlsen.
Yeah.
Let's ask another
Poll. Other Singh says, sleepy when talking to Amruta, but after talking to Samay, full Josh. Wah, Sagar bhai.
No, not with Amruta. I was just tired with analysis.
Naman says, Sagar bhai all pumped up after Samay's call.
D4 by Harakrishna. What is Vidit going to play? F5 क्या फिर से?
Oh, knight
F6.
f6.
Solid. I think Vidit has done some heavy lifting today, right, Amruta, by beating two players. So he might not be in a mood to. Oh, London system. Wow.
देखा पेरिस देखा और देखा जापान.
Okay, here's the poll on our community page. I mean, on our stream. Bishop b5 check, knight c6. Oh, this is this has happened, Amruta. I'm a little bit doubtful about Vidit's choice here because ये देखोगे ना अगर तुम तो ये बिशप इज द की प्रॉब्लम इन द लंडन सिस्टम. ठीक है. सो ये बिशप जो है इफ यू आर अनेबल टू activate it and if white knights get hold of the dark squares
100% I'll activate it. A5.
Right now a5. Yes, but I mean a5, let's say I castle
Bishop a6. Oh, pinne. Ruk. Remember ruk.
Yeah, maybe queen a5, but then there is castles.
Acha. Still, then you move the rook. So kya mila? Okay, compensation. Like Benko.
I think that engines might say that this position is equal, but humanly it's a little bit scary, you know.
Human lead feels slight initiative for black.
Trade and then attack here. It's not so simple. Okay, anyway, let's go on. After
But I like the position for black actually. Matlab, I don't find it as
I think you should
difficult.
check one very nice game here. Let me see if I can pull it up. It was between Anand and Carlsen. In the it happened in the London system. Carlsen Anand, sorry. And that game, it was so smooth win for Magnus.
Okay, let's see. By the way, your neighbor says Pragg and Tingjie face cam too, please.
Okay, sure. Good suggestion. Good.
And I think Magnus also.
Magnus versus Pragg. Where is Pragg? Yeah, here is Pragg and Tingjie is here. And yeah, that game, Magnus is taking on
Magnus
Gawain Jones. Magnus Carlsen, Gawain Jones. I think Magnus somehow we are not able to get Gawain Jones on the camera. I don't know if his camera has some issues. No clue why.
Do foreigners ever sit like
cross-legged?
Yes, like a lap.
Cross-legged. Yeah, maybe.
Not much because I don't think they're used to. There's always dining table and chair and फ्लोर पे तो बैठते नहीं रहेंगे ना वैसे.
So Amruta, just so that you can know about why I was a bit skeptical about Vidit's position, I have pulled out the game of Anand versus Carlsen from that. By the way, Biswapriya Das, thank you for becoming a member.
Thank you for supporting Indian chess.
Backer of Indian chess, yes. So d4, knight f6, bishop f4, d5. This is how it went. bd6, bishop g3, castles, bishop b5, a6 was played. So small difference that a6 here.
Big difference.
No, Amruta, it's not. Queen a4. Rook b8
because bishop a6 आना था.
And now queen a3. This is a very typical maneuver that you go with your queen here and then you come here.
Oh, nice. Exactly, this queen a4, queen a3 is beautiful.
Take a5. Now he wants to activate castles, b3, bishop a6. So the bishop is activated, but many times it's just shooting on this blank diagonal.
Oh, no, and one more thing, if you observed, a6 and a5, that one move, one tempo, which black had to spend. Trust me, it matters.
Bishop b5, rook c7, rook c1, takes, and then in the end he just won this, which he resigned. So this game shows us many times that these are the dangers. You know, some games, they just stick in your memory. Okay, so after Queen A4, what did
Vidit
play? Yeah, he played castles. Then Queen A3 happened.
94, maybe.
Yeah, that's what happened. 94.
Now D6 queen
In fact,
is
what we-
defended, so CD is also going to be an option.
E5 by Vidit.
Yeah, nice. Oh, but now what if 94, D4, and DC5? Oh, you get too much combination.
94
That did happen.
takes.
Queen C5.
And by the way, did you see Amruta Harikrishna's time?
Oh, 16 minutes.
16 minutes. He's scarily, he's playing fast like anything.
His opening prep is... Ooh.
Either he's just not in very good health
Yeah,
and he wants to make his moves quickly,
correct.
or he's very well prepared. What do you think? Chat.
Yeah, better to ask the chat. Think.
By the way, here is the reason why Harikrishna is so well prepared. I think he's well prepared because look at this. From our ChessBase 16, we are able to see that this same position was reached between Sam Savian and Wesley So. Same, Amruta. 100% same. Also, Sahil Tikku has had this position, who is a very good commentator. Wesley So has played it twice with Savian and Aronian. 94.
So Wesley, what is the result? Wesley is lost with Aronian, yeah? That one?
Yes.
Oh.
There he made a mistake of CD4, I think.
More people think Hari is prepared.
Yeah, he's prepared. No, after I saw that there is a game of Wesley, so he's prepared for sure. Also, we'll check Pragg's game in a bit. But now, after knight d2, I think Vidit has a decision to make. In the game, Savian versus, he had also taken on d4. And queen d4 also had happened there, it seems. So, Vidit following that game of Savian versus...
D4. So if you go simple move like queen g2 here, then long castle would be very dangerous.
So, bishop f5 by Vidit.
Nice. That is a nice move.
Bishop, I think Vidit was not tempted to win this pawn because Amruta, after long castle,
Yes, that's...
what is happening is that this here, this pawn, I mean, it's not looking so
No,
good.
it's very bad. So bishop f5 is great. I said queen g2 को long castle आ रहा है.
I think after midnight, you start kind of speaking only in very terms. Very bad, horrible, very clear.
Extremist.
Yeah,
I
you
become
an
extremist after 12.
Mhm.
Which is my original self.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Let's go to Pragu's game. Oh, Magnus is eating noodles, it seems.
Oh, 2 minute में बनाए?
Okay, Pragg versus Tingjie. Pragg is playing black.
If I'm disturbing the stream, I'll go. Tell me. Am I?
You can ask the chat.
नहीं.
D4, knight f6, knight f3. You want to go?
No, I'm good here.
Bishop e7. Pragg is well prepared. See guys, this is how you should play against the Alpin. Okay. Firstly, e4, c5. c3 ko you play d5. He takes, you take with the queen. d4, you develop your knight. The knight other develops, you develop your other knight. Now he can't play c4 just yet because you have queen e4 check and cd4. So first bishop e2. Now threat could be c4 and d5. So you play e6. Now c4 means you can remove your queen, and then d5 is not possible. You put your pawn here. So castles. Now you take. Bishop e7. He will attack your queen. So you remove your queen to d6. Stopping bishop f4 ideas.
Knight b5.
Knight b5. Queen d8. Now
Okay, bishop f4.
if bishop f4, there is knight d5. Attacking the bishop, stopping knight c7. So she played bishop here. Knight d5. Bishop g3. Castles. Rook c1. a6. Pushing the knight away. Knight c3. Take on c3. B takes c3. b5. a4. It seems like Pragg has landed in trouble, yeah, Amruta? Somehow, maybe this is not a good move. Knight takes c3, which Pragg did here.
Then what should he play?
Maybe knight f6 back. These are the types
Isn't
of positions.
Isn't it Karo-Khan like position which you used to have knight on d5, bishop
Karo-Khan, it comes from many openings.
IQP, typical position.
But Karpov, you must check out the games of Karpov-Kamsky match. Kamsky-Karpov. And there, a lot of this, because a4, and now what has happened is, this has become a weakness, and these pawns are pretty strong. bd7 by Pragg, and now let's see how this game continues. Already Praggnananhdaa has a bad position. So actually not a great bit of opening prep by Pragg, or opening play. Goes rook b1.
But I think he'll manage not giving his opponent too much advantage.
Yeah.
Can that a pawn also be considered as a passed pawn? Maybe.
Okay, let's go back to the game of Vidit and Hari.
Oh, he's long castle. It's a war.
It's a war.
Castle versus short castle.
But Amruta, I think Harakrishna's preparation
Amazing.
is bearing fruit here.
14 minutes versus 8 minutes.
But it's not even something special preparation, because as we just saw right now, this game has happened in the Wesley So versus Savian. So if you look here, Queen d4, there rook e8 was played, and then long castle anyway had happened there. So Harakrishna knows these ideas basically.
But Sagar, it's not just about preparation, but it's also about whether you are expecting that from your opponent or not, many times.
But because he was white, he somehow, I mean, yes, it's a good memory, of course, he remembers. It's very important to remember these things.
Queen e5. And now you see, basically the bishop on f5 is tied down for the defense of e4. That f7 pawn has to stay there. Either be c6 or a7 pawn. मतलब कैसे आगे कुछ बढ़े? You need the rooks on b5, I think. b2 पे थोड़ा attack करो. But वहाँ पे भी b3 से you can still kind of defend, right? White has a clear plan, h4.
Yeah, I think one more plan is knight b3 to c5.
Achha.
Just play on, like, you know, Amruta, if you can do like...
No, but after some rook exchange, maybe you have to be careful at g2 point. Rook e8.
And now, what's a nice move, guys, in the chat? Black to play. Sorry, white to play.
By the way, we have been told one improvement. Jai Maheshwari बोल रहा है so much basically you both say. Do we? What is the opposite of basically?
I remember when I used to meet my friend, very good friend. I used to go to his house and his mother would always tell me, so Sagar, basically you have come to our house, basically, and he would say that so many times. So yeah, we'll try to reduce it.
Nice. Okay, we have some suggestions. Rook d5. How is rook d5?
No, it's white to play. So I like the move, Amruta.
Knight c4 has been also suggested.
Look at this move. I love this move. Knight b3.
Sudhanshu Tripati and slightly scatty. But isn't that the move which you just
and
said?
Also knight
b3 and just do it. Just Jain Akshat Arora.
Yeah, the main thing is that you don't need to move your queen just yet, because the moment he takes here, you can take here with a back rank mate. So that's why that was the point. You can put it on b3, you can put it on c4. So what did Vidit do here? Vidit went rook to d5. And now the question is, where should the queen go? And I think one very smart move would be queen g3. Because notice here, guys, after take, also Amruta, did you notice that actually Hari is a pawn up here?
No, I didn't. What happened?
He's just a pawn up. It's just
Oh.
lost. Yeah.
That's why he's having that advantage.
Yes. So
All
queen
this
g3, bishop g4 is sort of forced because we don't want to exchange the
This
queens.
needs to find something which is dynamic.
Yes. And now if you move the rook away, then maybe the rooks can double here, or queen e6 putting pressure this side. So that's why f3 is kind of forced now here. And we will reach a position like this with bishop h5, and after take maybe bishop g6, but then you're just pawn down, Amruta. This is Vidit might lose this, I feel. Mansi Shah says, can VD hold this? It's going to be tough, Mansi. I think it's not easy. What do you think, Amruta?
No, it's very tough.
Amruta is
Sagar.
over.
I don't know.
Huh? Only one, like, you gave me a very small piece
You will go and take.
where I didn't find it.
I will tell you.
Okay, f3, take, bishop
Okay,
h5.
let's
See.
get me. No, ice cream I'm not here.
No, one. Veg omelette says basically Vidit has to outplay, or basically Hari wins. Yes, that's the basic premise of this position. Okay, takes. And I think with it, instead of taking with the bishop, which then releases the tension here, should take with the f pawn. I know that you're doubling your pawns, but at least you have pressure on f3. And let's say if you go rook h f1, then I can put even more pressure.
If you're putting pressure.
Yeah, so now f5 is under pressure. So that's why when the queens are traded on g6, he took with the f pawn, right? Because bishop g6 was just very static. So he took fg6, pressure here, pressure here.
Hey, compensation, Abibi, actually speaking.
Some compensation for sure.
Hmm.
But I was thinking if you go rook f1.
Rook d3 maybe now,
Yeah, that looks like a good.
because both the pawns are weak.
Right. So we maybe put this rook,
Still rook d3.
but then I have rook e1. So
Then I have g5. Because the point is, how do you kick away my rook on d3? King c2 के लिए bishop g6 is the preparation.
yeah, but I have e4 on this. So like king c2, bg6, e4, and your rook.
Okay. So g5 doesn't make sense. Got it.
Yeah, he played rook h1. I think Hari's moves are easier to play, and
Right.
look at the time. Vidit has 5 minutes. Hari has 12 minutes.
You can maybe go rook f5 and try g5, but there is no pin as such. The knight on d2 is defending.
Yeah, rook f5 looks good.
Rook.
By the way, Praggnananhdaa here against late Tingjie, we saw till queen a4, pd7, rook b1, e5. Because he's using this fact, he can take and attack the queen. Take. 51.
Actually, Black's queen is really in a problem. I mean, his pieces are very passive.
Yeah.
He has to be careful, huh? Praggnananhdaa.
Mm.
It's a little bit scary position.
And white pieces are very active, all of them very beautiful.
Yeah.
But I think he should be able to hold because of the low number of pawns on the board.
Viewers one Damle Superchat says Sagar by still awake, hats off, salute, Kacha Badam, impressed by Gautami's gameplay today.
Yes,
Sagar for GM, hashtag.
absolutely. Gautami Kawale played so well today.
Sanket Joshi says mechanical keyboard OP. How did you get to know? It's mechanical.
It's mechanical. What does the difference of mechanical?
Keys, I think.
I always liked when, in ChessBase Studio, people used to do like
Tuck. Yeah, it's the flex many times. Programmers also tuck.
अच्छा
This was suggested
इसमें कोई
by
flex तो लगता नहीं है.
नहीं?
By the way, Magnus already has a winning position against Gawain Jones. Sacrificed an exchange somehow. Yeah, he just want material and
Vivaswan Damle says, Sagar bhai, can you share your experience of the first CBI club evening?
yeah, it was very nice. Actually, we are making a vlog. Also, I have some videos to upload. So we will be doing that. It was tremendous, I enjoyed it. I think there is a lot of scope there. Next Saturday also we'll be having, like this Saturday. And then Sama is also coming on Monday, 4th of April, to give a simul there. So I think it might become an important place for chess in Mumbai. Also, the thing was, I met so many people there. So many people had so many stories to tell me about how chess helped them in the lockdown, how they watch streams, how it helped them, how they are still playing chess. There were also people who had started just 3-4 months ago. And I listened to all these stories and I felt so grateful that everyone had started, so many of them had started playing chess. It was overwhelming, right? I mean, I felt really nice.
So that says missed it by 12 hours.
Why?
Flight to US.
Oh, he left, kya? Wait, look at this. Harakrishna has pushed his pawn here, e4, rook f4, e5. And the question is, can you take on f3, take back your pawn? But it seems not so good. After rook takes f3, rook takes f3, rook takes f3. And now comes an important move here.
Can I say?
Yeah.
Rook e1?
Possible. Then king f7 and king e7.
But then what?
Yeah, so not this, but there could...
E6 maybe, because stopping king f7, kya?
E6.
Rook e3 is the first.
King f8 maybe. E6, king f8 possible.
D7.
Rook d7.
Maybe directly you only go rook d7 then, yeah, right? Or rook d8 check. 1 second.
I mean, maybe Amruta, there is this move a4. And if you go rook e3, now rook d8 check, king f7 and rook d7 and win this. So
But why a4? My question is, why not directly rook d8? Because king pawn endgame can never be good for black. So you have to
it is
king
possible,
f7.
no? Why not?
The e5 pawn is too close to the king. So
No, and also you have a majority here.
Yeah.
So this is drawn.
Oh. Okay, interesting. A4 is a very difficult move, man.
Okay, look, by the way, what happened? Rook f4, e5. Vidit went g5. He didn't take this because he realized that rook ending is bad. G5, e6. Now he went rook e8. So maybe there's sufficient defensive resources for Vidit here. Yeah, really don't are. It's this rook endgame Slightly like Vidit versus Magnus. Yeah.
Prakash Rathod asks, is there any course from ChessBase India for chess from scratch? Yes, there is Praful Zaveri's chess course. It's a set of books and it's from absolute beginner. So there are good chances, no? Here,
Yeah,
like,
good drawing chances for Vidit.
for it. But so Hari, where did he really could have improved? Because
I think somewhere here when he played e4, instead of that, he could have thought of playing b4 and a4, because yeah, you might think that okay, I'm just giving
right,
up
right.
the pawn, but actually take,
Hmm.
and now rook d8 check, king f7, or now rook f8 is lost this endgame.
Yeah, because the e pawn is on e3, so it's
Right.
a little bit.
So you go king f7, and then I go rook d7 and pick this up.
So you see, this opening preparation is more about studying endgames. So generally, earlier they used to say, yeah, first study that endgame structure if you want to learn an opening.
Yeah.
Even here, the rook endgame, let's say a4, b4, these ideas, if you have studied, you would be aware.
Well, it's not about ideas,
No?
it's more about trying to gauge that this move bishop f3 is not dangerous and I can improve my position here. So if it was a classical game, maybe Harakrishna by taking more time would have found b4 a4, but here he just tried to push his e pawn, which has led him to a position where Vidit is now going to capture this pawn.
Yeah.
And then even f3, and who knows, if Hari is not careful, Vidit might start to rest over the initiative.
Yeah, that is another sudden change in the position it will be. By the way, Akshay Natu becomes the member, continues to become the member of Indian Chess. He says, what is David's favorite sari? David Navari. David Navari.
Acha, no.
He's trying to crack jokes. He said, देखो late night है, sorry for peaches. Everybody late night में कुछ भी बात करो, you have a reason, ना? It's late night, सबको नींद आ रही है. Sarath Pawan says, Sagar bhai just finished your COB commentary and now came back to see this complete switch from fun commentary to serious one. Great work. Not able to focus on work here.
Sorry for that. But how many of you are actually studying right now with a book open and trying to listen to the commentary?
Actually, Ashwin has asked a question. How books are different from online courses? That's a good question.
Yeah, you can tell.
My reasoning would be that firstly, you are doing it on the offline board, online majorly it's on the DGT screen. So if you are a serious player, then definitely, or want to really improve, then books would be needed. Like it's a necessity for sure. And rest of it, you can say this is the major point.
By the way, so many people say they are studying right now with some book.
Was studying audit and it is very boring. Veg omelette says, CS Sagar, please teach me.
See, the thing is, audit is very important, I have realized. Because imagine that there is certain processes that are set up and they are going on, and you are just, it's going on in a company. And
this position.
Not position, it's just about in our company, yes. And there are leakages at various points, and it so happens that at some point the company starts to bleed so many resources just because the processes are not correct. And so auditing of processes, be it accounting, be it IT related, be it so many things, is so important. In fact, it's so dull and boring sometimes auditing is presented in books, but in real life, I mean, we are always auditing stuff all the time. By the way, right now the e7 pawn has been rounded up. We just take it.
Yeah, were you saying something and you stopped in the middle?
Yeah, no, I'm just saying that
Real
audit
life.
is really a very interesting subject, but it's made out to be very bland and boring in the books. Like there was this something like when I was studying, it was related to IT systems and the audit of that, and it was so boring, but actually it's so interesting. Now that I
Maybe
think about it.
certain things when they are being taught at the wrong time or before experience, they don't hold that much value or meaning.
Yeah, true, Amruta. Now, Amruta, look,
Hmm.
there is pressure on the f3 pawn from the rook and the bishop. And Harikrishna says my knight and rook are doing the needful. So I'm using my three pawns here and the king to create a passed pawn from here. So one pawn can be passed. Vidit is like, "Arey bhai, apna king aa rela hai idhar." So he's bringing his king there.
Double the time for Hari. Maybe now, going towards 1 minute, this endgame is going to get complicated for sure. By the
Yeah,
way, we have a member
iska,
Ayush
iska.
Srivastava. Welcome to the backer of Indian chess and thanks for being a member. Wow. And
Thank you,
Vivaswan
Ayush.
Damle super chats and says, need a meetup in Pune as well. Sagar and Amruta still haven't met the CEO of CBI Clips. Haha. We'll definitely, for sure, something like this will in Pune also. Let's just make this a little bit more successful here and we'll do it. B5.
Okay, quickly just going through the
Praggnananhdaa.
games of Praggnananhdaa. I think Pragg is now has managed to equalize, it seems, because even the bishop pair has gone from for white, because here he
Oh,
exchanged.
nice. He actually saved it, yeah, in a way. Saved himself from the pressure. What
Yeah,
went wrong? Which move was really bad? Queen e5.
maybe this
Oh,
one.
okay, got it. And you see, Sagar, if at all the knight, black's knight versus white's bishop get exchanged, then it's the a pawn, the rook pawn against the knight. So, which would be a little bit dangerous.
Right.
When Sharma says ISCA has been removed from new syllabus, now there is an open book exam.
Nice. Vidit has brought his king over.
Go king b4 now. King b4. He'll go king c7. You might have to go c4.
It's so interesting that white is actually making all the progress with his king and pawns because his rook and knight are stuck. And although black doesn't realize it, but even his pieces are kind of stuck because the
No, but
moment you
he can't progress with the pawns, na. His pieces are stuck in a way which is stopping the progress, whereas white's pieces are doing their needful, and king and pawns are able to.
yes, but also I mean, how much can a king and two pawns achieve? Because I don't think you can queen these pawns.
काफी much because c4 c5 के बाद knight e4 आएगा, and then at some point you might give the f3 pawn if you're getting player. Or Sagar, white might even consider playing f4 at the right time. Once he has made whatever progress he can.
But I think f4, g4.
No, first make all the progress what you can on queen side. Akshay Nathu Superchat says to all the students studying right now, homework पढ़ाई कभी खत्म नहीं होगी. मैं अभी अभी पीपीटी बना रहा हूँ ऑफिस की, बस चेस लव बनाए रखना.
Thank you, Akshay.
काफी कुछ सीए वाले क्वेश्चंस है, बट मे बी आफ्टरवर्ड्स आफ्टर द गेम, और यू वांट इट नाउ?
No, after the game.
ठीक है, आई लाइक c4. अभी विदित ने क्या करना है, दैट इज अ क्वेश्चन.
Vidit has to, ये जो है ना, these two are too much together. He has to break them up. So he has to put the kerosene with a6. because then he cannot go here. If he takes, then they are split up. And if he doesn't do anything, then Vidit will take and make it into one pawn.
मतलब B4 C4 अपन दोनों है और A7 समय है बोल तो सही कुछ
मिल गया उसको move.
वही तो
Found it. Vidit move.
wow A6 is not an easy move
No.
अच्छा ढूंढा उसने
Yeah, good move.
भले Vidit is playing with Hari and both are Indians, but Hari has a clear-cut better time there in Europe.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, it's much more, somehow, what is the time there? 9:30 in the night.
ठीक है A6 खेला है वो and now you can what if you just go oops ठीक है
Praggnananhdaa has attacked the rook.
oh is Praggnananhdaa going to get advantage or what?
See, one thing
Queen?
is he can take, rook takes, and then can you just drop back your bishop and push a5?
Or directly A5 because if you can't take knight A5.
He goes knight e5.
So he's getting knight G3 and then he's getting this pawn versus the knight.
Yeah.
But because white also has a C pawn, may not be enough. But at least that bishop is he's getting that bishop. वो
Right.
important था काफी अच्छा होता था वो open position में. Perfect.
Magnus Carlsen is hunting the black king. Look at this.
Oh man.
He's out for the hunt with his two bishops. He's going to win this.
Wow.
Meanwhile, after a6, which is a nice move by Vidit, Hari has not made his move for a couple of minutes.
All those people who are writing about CA, maybe the good idea is to come on Saturday, meet all other people who are studying for CA, and then after playing chess, सबने साथ में पढ़ाई करो घर जाके नहीं किधर तो जाके. Why not?
Yeah, it's of course a good place to meet people with similar interests. King b6. Oh, he goes. Could have gone king b6, but he went rook e6. Ashwin says, do you think quality of CCT has reduced? Last season, majority of the players were from top 30. I'm sure that they found it more difficult this time to get all the players because over the board tournament has begun.
No,
Like-
also because too many tournaments again and again back to back for time controls are also important. No, रात को कब कितना बजे है and all that. Scheduling.
Yeah, I mean, when the players didn't have anything to play, like in the lockdown, they were very keen. But now that there are other events, they will choose whether they should play this or something else. So that's the reason why it's a little bit must have. But I still find their lineup to be truly impressive. I mean, once you have Magnus Carlsen, it's a great event. So king b7. Now this pawn is hanging. Harakrishna pushes the c pawn. अब देखो वो टूट गया ना pawns. Now अकेला हो गया है.
A6 was really an important move, na Sagar. And if you don't play it at that point, maybe then black would have been in trouble. So Vidit is pretty much alert on defense, which is important. King b7.
Harshiv Patel says, big fan Sagar bhai, love your passion and love for chess. It makes watching the stream more interesting. Thank you, Harshiv. That's very kind of you.
Maybe we can have the players.
A knight d6 check. King c6 now. And maybe he wants to go knight f5.
Or knight e4, I thought, because c5 could be defend karega. Knight e4 is a blunder. Bishop f3.
Rook f3 and rook e4. Oh, Pragg is getting up or what? No, Pragg is now actually settling in. He's like, maza aa raha hai. Because he can take this pawn at some point, but then there is rook c3 pin, so he has to be ready for it.
Rook D6. तो मे बी रुक एंड गेम जा रहा है अगर बिशप C5 मारा एंड इफ ही प्लेज ओह इट्स अ ड्रॉ.
What? Who drew?
नहीं ये ड्रॉ है ना अभी. हाउ डू यू
देखते हैं. And now Harakrishna is actually almost same time as Vidit. 1 minute 50 seconds.
So after knight F5 the only trick to take care for black is to avoid
94 check.
जागे हो तुम.
जागे है कि कुछ देर से कुछ देर सोने दो. Something like that. थोड़ी सी Do you think he'll go G4 and
But
be
then
very ambitious? Or I don't like this move G4. I think he should take it.
GF4 where double pawn kapka it was a little bit kind of a hassle.
Yeah.
Just take on F4. Do it simple, make it simple. विदित को भी नींद आ रहा है देख लो उसको.
नहीं काफी focused है.
He's focused but
Yeah, he must be tired
of course
for sure.
I mean it's not easy, right?
Guys, I'll. Oh, Vidit goes in rookie 1. What is the point of that move, Amruta?
Point. हर चीज को पॉइंट चाहिए ही है. ओके जोक मारा मैंने. सागर हंसो ना तुम. सीओबी में इतना क्या हंस के आए हो क्या कि हंस ही नहीं रहे हो?
नहीं
दिन का कोटा खत्म हो गया है तुम्हारा.
ऐसा कुछ नहीं है.
तो हंसो.
Okay, check. He took here. He gave a check. अच्छा ये इसको ये.
So king c4 rook c1 king d4 rook c5 अगर मारता है so actually black is won that pawn ना. Oops. Show the game side.
And goes king d4. And now can we pick up this pawn so that the knight is hanging? I think Harakrishna has kind of realized that this game is heading towards a draw. But this has been a good game between two of India's best chess players.
Yeah,
it was filled with a lot of nice opening preparation, then Harakrishna getting an advantage, then Vidit fighting back, making sure that he doesn't lose. Knight f5,
h5, knight g7. That should, yeah. So actually Hari really had a good position, and for him it was not like the best day in comparison to the openings he was able to get.
Yeah.
Because he did get more time, out prepared his opponent, got disadvantage, but the conversion was not happening. Of course it was not like a winning or something. फिर भी
king e3. Also, let's quickly check what's Praggnananhdaa up to. Does he have any chance? Because if Pragg win, oh, Pragg is winning. Pragg is winning.
ओ वो रुक पॉन फाइनली हो ही गया सपना. क्या बात कर रहे हो?
हाँ, उसने खेला जब रुक d6 आया.
हाँ,
a5,
ये तो मुझे लगा
rook a6, rook b8, and he got his rook behind the
But why
pawn.
did she not take the pawn on a5?
No, knight was hanging. Knight was hanging.
No, your knight
No time.
takes
Ah,
a5 रे. Knight takes a5.
No, knight a5 means bishop c5. Maybe she didn't like this rook b1. She was a little bit more ambitious. She thought that here she can go rook b6, and now her c pawn is stronger, but Pragg kind
Oh,
of.
she actually overstretched.
Maybe it was like she thought, oh, I will anyway make a draw perhaps, but now Pragg is winning totally, two
Wow.
pawns up. It's an
Oh,
important
this would be,
victory.
yeah. He'll climb up to a very critical point.
Yeah, by the way, here after check took here. Now white is a pawn up, but I think they will agree to a draw pretty soon. So let's stick with Pragg's game
Yeah.
and see the finish. Yeah, Pragg doing it again in the end game. Absolutely Pragg. Okay, 7. Can we take this pawn? One more? Why not? Nice, free, juicy pawn.
Akshay Nathu super chat. Sagar, has your humor expectancy become higher after Samay Biswai? Do other people not make you chuckle easily? Have you started expecting flips?
No, not like that. I think when I'm tired, I try to conserve my energy for what I'm doing right now, which is commentating. Like earlier, I could switch very quickly between people asking me for books and for some CA related stuff, and then commentating. But now with so like I'm tired, so I don't want to. I just want to focus. Oh, what nice move! If you take, then check, and you win this. So that's the only. Otherwise, no. I mean, it's very easy to make me laugh and be happy. Also depends a lot on the mood, right? Like your joke, David Navarra, I will remember. Check, knight c6. Yeah, after this game, we'll see the standings. By the way, Harikrishna and Vidit have drawn their game. Fantastic.
Hari का सर दुख रहा है
हाँ, I'm sure Hari is not feeling well for sure,
yeah.
because after every game he's like, he has his hand to his head, but if he's not well, I think he's fought really hard today. So kudos to Hari Krishna for putting up such a good fight, and also Praggnananhdaa has won his game, Amruta.
Oh.
Big news there, and Praggnananhdaa just escapes. He's like, he
Wow.
goes away, and this is good performance by Pragg. Let's
Hari is a
quickly
little
check
disappointed. लेकिन.
the standings. Amruta, should we look at the standings? Okay, let's look at the standings. We have Vidit Gujrathi on number 6 position right now.
Awesome. Oh, and Pragg has joined number 9.
Pragg is 9 with 17.
That
Vidit
too
has
17.
18. So only 1 point separates the two. And if you look at it, guys, right, Vidit is going to face tomorrow here. Oops. He's going to face Erik Hansen, Ding Lijen, and Magnus Carlsen. So tough opponents tomorrow for Vidit, especially in the last 2 rounds. Praggnananhdaa, on the other hand, is going to face Niemann, Van Foreest, and Anton Guiaro. And Harikrishna might have to score 3 out of 3, Amruta, to make it. But even that might not suffice. So he's facing Duda, Niemann, and Erik Hansen.
Yeah, it's tough, no? Whoever you play, it's just tough.
Is there any game players left? Oh, we are done.
Navara. Oh, what's this Ruken game? Oh, Lekwang lost. With Dingliren. Dingliren beat Lekwang.
Yeah.
What is this endgame? I think it's a draw, no? So there is only one game going on, if I'm not wrong. Take rest, Sagar. Yeah, tomorrow's result is crucial as many players have tied for 7 points. Arnu Goswami.
Maybe Vidit will join us.
How
We'll
many
see.
qualify? Please tell. Eight of them will qualify.
Yeah, Amruta, you can just go. I'll wait for a couple of minutes for Vidit, and if he comes, then otherwise I'll end this stream.
Yeah.
Take rest.
Akka, but he'll come soon, no? He'll sleep. He'll not
Oh, Rook
sleep.
G8. Rook G1.
Oh, is there a chance?
Not really, I think. Because after king here, I'll give
Yeah, you'll
checks.
just keep giving checks.
Because if I have to play king f6, then I'm in trouble with this. But if I can keep giving checks,
But at some point it will stop, na? Rook f1 check, king e4. Rook e1 check, king d3. Yeah. King.
rook check. And if now here, king f6, check, king g5, rook f7.
Now you're planning to give a check, yeah?
Maybe now this move, you go here, I go this, and I take this with a draw. And then this will fall.
But tell me something, if you would have given rook f1 check, still are we landing in the same here?
Yeah,
Same
the main
position,
thing
like
is
king
that
g3.
you can't take here.
Rook. I can't take.
So I'm waiting for you to take, and then
That's where rook g4, rook f4. That's a good one. ठीक है.
thanks,
All
Amruta.
right.
Bye.
Bye. Good night, everyone. Sleep soon.
Rook f1. Nice move. Draw. Nice finish there. Maybe now we'll have the updated standings once again with all the games completed. Oh, there is one more. Eric Hansen versus Wenjun that's going on. Here is the one. Take. Oh, did Wenjun win or what happened? There. Eric Hansen lost. Wenjun won. Because after king b5, the king is too close and black wins. Nice. Cool. Will Vidit join? I'm not sure. I've sent him the link. Let's see. But I can completely understand if he would be tired after today. It's been a long, long day. And here are the standings, guys. For all those who would like to see, Quang Liem is leading the tournament still after a loss to Ding Lijian. He's on 27 points out of a possible 36. Magnus Carlsen is on 24 points, number 2. Van Foreest on 21. Ding Lijian on 20. Duda on 19. Richard Rapport on 19. Hans Niemann on 18. Vidit Gujrathi on 18. Praggnananhdaa on 17 with an important win in the last round. Navara 15. Anton Guyaro 15. Eric Hansen 12. Harakrishna 12. Guys, this seems like a good setup for tomorrow for two Indians qualifying to the quarters. Let's see if that becomes possible. Good night, everyone. What is with its scenario for qualifying tomorrow? I don't know. I think he has tough opponents. He has Magnus. He has Ding Lijian. He should be able to qualify if he makes 2 draws and 1 win. I think that should be good enough. Vinod says drink cow milk. It will help you stay awake late night. Okay, Vinod. Very interesting. Yeah, Mayank Pathak says win against Hansen and draw with Magnus Lirin. Should be good. Yep. Let's see. I mean, it also depends on how other players do, right? It's not like we can be 100% sure. What are the other chat messages here? How Pragg should play for top 8. I think for Praggnananhdaa, it is a slightly easier tomorrow than Vidit's pairing because Vidit is playing both Carlsen and Ding Lijian. But I guess for Pragg also 2 wins, 1 draw might be important because he's 1 point below Vidit. Vibhav Goyal, thank you. Aman Singh says, what about beating Magnus? Yeah, if Vidit can beat Magnus, would be cool. Would be nice to follow tomorrow. Also, guys, do check out COB tomorrow. Starts at 5 p.m. and then we will have our Champions Chess Tour stream. I'll now sleep and I'll wake up a little late tomorrow. Kunal Lalwani, yes, CCT tournament is the brainchild of Magnus. Hitesh says, thank you, Sagar, for such genuine love for chess and helping us admire the game even more. Thank you, Hitesh. Aman Sharma says, good night. Let's see VD and Pragg tomorrow performance. Yeah, very important day. Mr. VG watching CBI live after a long time. Sorry, Sagar, but I don't get much time. Well, VG, I think you joined a little late because the games are over, but tomorrow maybe you can join. It will be the last day of preliminaries, and with it will take on Magnus also, so it will be fun. Is 4th April simul first come first serve? No, I'll put up an article or something and we will choose players below a certain rating because he cannot play. I mean, Samay cannot play players who are more than 1,000 rated, 20 of them. It would be a bit too much. Yeah, also Duda he beat today, which is a big thing for Vidit because he's always had tough times with Duda, Rapport. So this tournament has been really good for him. He has managed to kind of show great performance against opponents who have been uncomfortable. Shubham Agarwal says now I can get some work done, stream ending. Mhm. Yeah. Yeah, I think Vidit might be tired. So I'll end the stream today, guys, and I'll see you all tomorrow. Bye bye. Good night and take care, guys.